Yep. Yeah, very cool. What sort of music you've talked about the genres that you have performed with solo and with a band or whatever. What about artists you go see? Is that the same, or do you are you fans of different artists or similar artists for the most part?
It is quite similar. I mean, to be honest, it was a bit more shocking when I was releasing songs in 2020 sort of time, where I'd be sort of having 21 Pilots sort of vibes within my music, but then I'd be into like Slipknot and death metal and black metal and things like that. But nowadays, it's more fitting of my music. For example, I saw Slipknot last month, and then I saw Sleep Token last month. So all the bands I'm pretty much into by the minute, I'm kind of going to see. But I suppose that can also help the artistry as well, watching them, hearing them live, and maybe bringing some of it on board into your own playing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. One of the things I don't know how much time. I'll just ask you. Do you get to spend much time with your band members outside of practice?
Well, interestingly enough, our bass player was originally a family friend. He's in his 60s, I believe.
Wow.
If you tease with and I get that wrong, I'm sorry. But yeah, so he's been a long time family friend who I then found out played bass. And then I was able to ask if he wanted to play in my band because I knew he was a good bass player. And then our guitarist is who was originally the drummer in Ollie a couple of years ago and has now swapped to play guitar. He is just an old friend of mine from college. So the only really sort of new person in the band would be the current drummer now.
Wow. Okay. That's I heard Questlove from The Roots, the drummer of The Roots, um, talked in an interview one time about the 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 way that The Roots stayed together for a long period of time was gosh, I think he said it was waffles. And he said every Sunday we would meet for waffles for brunch. And he said, it wasn't a hard rule, but they didn't talk about music. Like you just go and you talk about your week and your family and a movie you saw or whatever. But I I thought that was really cool that as a band you've got to click musically, but when you're connected and know each other's favorite movies and songs and you have jokes from 2 weeks ago uh, that didn't come from rehearsal, it
Yeah,
really helps build camaraderie.
definitely. I also think that as well, if you're like a full-time musician, then music isn't a hobby, basically. So you have to have other things as hobbies. Whereas for someone who, say, has a normal working job, they might see music as a hobby. It's like the other way around.
Yeah, yeah, that can be tough. Or yeah, that's very interesting. One time, one of the times I was living in New York for a while, Pavarotti was doing, I think, his last big world tour,
Oh yeah.
and our band was nothing like that. We were a rock band, and we all decided to buy tickets and go see Pavarotti at Madison Square Garden, and it was so interesting because I'm not a fan of opera. I didn't know most of the things he sang. But that voice, like nobody can listen to Pavarotti and say, he's no good.
Yeah.
It was eye-opening to us all to see somebody really at the top of the game. Like that's the best opera gets.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, it helped build that camaraderie. And we didn't start singing like that and doing that music, but to see anybody perform at the top of their game is kind of fun.
Inspiring.
Yeah, yeah. Inspiring is
But it can influence you in other ways as well. Like it not might not be a genre, but you might see things that he does and sort of take it on board. Even it doesn't even have to be vocal. It could be like the guitarist, for example. He could find something in his voice that he could maybe bring just to the table. And I also think that yeah, it's just important to explore other genres and things, and then bring that into your music to create something unique rather than what's been done before.
yeah. Yep, absolutely. Uh, so Ali E as a band is in this iteration is still relatively new, going out. Are you are you at a point right now where the goal is to go out and just play the songs and try to get them tighter? Um, or are you bringing in elements of a stage performance, but lights, laser, smoke, costumes, or anything? Is it more just jeans and t-shirt playing music, or is it the Ali E show?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Currently, it's basically just making sure that we're tight, really. I mean, I've got a bit of a heavier set list now for my current sort of mood and theme that I've got going on with this EP. But I would like to be able to maybe just dress the other band members in a certain outfit or something, or maybe just even a t-shirt, but something so that they sort of stand out. Then me just wear something else since it's a solo project with a backing band, I suppose. So just to sort of have a bit of a vibe on the stage, but nothing crazy with smoke or lasers or anything yet that I thought of.
Uh, a lot of people put the show first, so
Yeah,
a lot of cool things happening and the music is not good, or it's you have people missing chords or transitions. So
yeah.
no, I do love the idea of take care of the music first, and then
Especially whilst we're a support band and not a headlining act yet. It's good to just have something in play, but nothing too crazy.
absolutely. When, let's say, someone's watching this interview who is unfamiliar with you, um, yeah, hello. That's Ollie right there. What where do you send people? Like, hey, I'm in a band. You should go check us out. Where?
At www.ollieemusic.com.
All
And
right.
then they can find everything through there, basically my Instagram, my Facebook, all through my site. And in fact, I've even themed the site for this EP again, too, sort of going towards the early 2000s sort of look. It all looks sort of gritty and, just right for the mood.
I have not put together the technology to throw up the screen yet or anything like that. So if you're watching this, go to aliemusic.com and check out what he's talking about, theming it to the upcoming EP. I love that idea. Like, uh, I think it's very important to, yeah, not just record a song and drop it out to the world, but make it special. It's the most important thing in your life right now is this new song.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love the idea of branding for it and giving it a nice, big, comfortable home to live in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after being an artist for almost a decade now, I sort of wanted to just keep things exciting really. So I thought that was a good way to do it by just doing 4 tracks and then onto a new theme, 4 tracks onto a new theme, and something which can be sort of routines as well.
Absolutely. So looking at this interview, are there any things that you wanted to be sure and hit on that we haven't hit on yet?
Um, I think we pretty much covered most things really.
Yeah, yeah, okay. No, we got your website. Do you have any upcoming shows scheduled right now?
Well, not yet for Ollie, but hopefully soon. Fingers crossed. Need to get in touch with the venues and promoters and hopefully get the Ollie show on the road.
All right, and if you start calling it the Ali E Show, I want 10%.
Yeah,
Uh,
deal.
well, great, great. Well, yeah, I think we've hit a good amount here. I don't have any special questions that haven't already covered. I mean, it's about the music, it's about the band. We know uh, fans, we know where you are. You'll be showing up in clubs in that area relatively soon. And then yeah, certainly when I push this out, it'll be more to a United States audience.
Yeah,
Um,
that would be great. I'd
so
love to tour the United States someday
yeah,
on my bucket
likewise.
list.
Maybe we can switch.
Yeah,
You can come tour with my band and I'll go tour with yours.
that sounds like a plan.
So good. Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up then. Thank you so much for doing the interview for Cupchairs today. And
Thank you.
yeah, this will be online pretty soon, and we'll be putting it out on Cupchairs social media, tagging Ali E on all the socials and everything. So yeah, thank you very much, Ali. Good to meet you.
It's been lovely to meet you.
Bye.
I went to University of Life, my son. I'd rather you did it how you feel like you can do it. Don't obviously just think, I've done it, it's done. Like, if you think something's wrong, look into it, because it probably is. Doing that stuff, thinking you know, actually fuck with it. Like, turn knobs, press button, knobs right, got Tourette's. Anyway, turn those press buttons and that, and then just see what each thing does. And when you know what it does, you'll know what you need later.
In this episode, I ventured outside and met with martial artist at the Black Heart in London. I learnt about Savate mixed martial arts and learnt what the hell midi-core was, as well as discovered some fantastic vegan buffalo wings. Welcome to a very special edition of In the Chair With.
Welcome to In the Chair With, the first actually face-to-face interview, and I'm here with Marshall Ortis. You'll have seen the video, you've seen some of our animations. I met this guy, I first saw you through the Ray Noir just around the corner at the Underworld. Tonight, we're here in the Black Heart performing tonight, and it's a pleasure to meet you face-to-face, bud. Yeah. Love your work, it's so in your face, and just for those that don't know it, and you're going to check it out after this, that's a fucking promise. You describe it, because it's yeah.
Oh, then I just get some synthesizers, makes a distorted sound, and just yell over it.
Yeah, okay. But in terms of genre, it's a blend between what?
Well, so originally I was just doing pure industrial, like years back. That was like doodling, and I've only been doing music for about a couple of years, realistically. But I would basically call it MIDI-core. It's like post-hardcore on MIDI instruments, but I did not invent that term. I'm going to make that very clear. The person who made that genre first was Pezhead.
Okay.
He's I got into him through his music, met him in person. We got on really well, and then he just sort of said, he was like, "What do you call this genre?" I don't know, MIDI-core. He said that, and I was like, "That's a really good name for it." And I just started ripping him off, basically. So my music's just a big like rip off of him. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, one person creates something, and then now it's two, and then hopefully there'll be thousands in
that's
years to come.
Pezhead. For real, man. That's the stuff you want.
And in terms of your performance, it's hugely energetic, but you're constantly kind of running back to your decks, and you're actually kind of DJing and mixing and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
Which must be quite complicated.
If you practice it, it's not so bad. It's like playing guitar, do you know what I mean, or playing keyboard. The way I see DJing, because I work as a DJ as well, but the way I sort of look at it is that you got to think of a pair of decks or a controller with a laptop. You got to really think of it as like you're playing an instrument. Because take like, I don't know, get like a regular synthesizer or a guitar with pedals. Now replace the notes with songs. Because with this new equipment that we have in this day and age, we have our CDJs, we have our mix and stuff, and they come with all these crazy effects, looping, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, why just press play on a song and mimic a Spotify playlist when you can remix stuff live on the spot, man? Treat it like an instrument, do you know what I mean? Because it is. Like, they're just grown up toys, aren't they? Like, let's have fun with them, man.
I noticed, I saw on your Instagram story, you purchased an upgraded. You gone to Pioneer.
Oh yes.
I had one of those Pioneer XDJ, the RMX type
You
things.
lucky cunt! How'd you get that?
I was richer years ago, and I loved it. And I regret getting rid of it. I regret getting rid of it.
I regret hearing that.
I'm sorry. Rest in peace. But I'd love to get another one. But So Marshall Ortis, the name. Now, you want to take me to so two paths of your life, I would imagine.
Yeah, it was just straight up me, innit? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, he's spat me, loves fighting. There you go.
Talk to me about the fighting.
So the martial arts I'm mainly into, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of my personal favourites, obviously. But my main favourite is K1. For those who don't know K1, it's like a mixture of different kickboxing styles in a sport. So you can throw punches, kicks, you can throw knees, and you can clinch very briefly. But too long in the clinch, like boxing, the ref will separate you. That's K1. Mm-hmm. But the one I'm best at is Savate. I know what Savate is. It's another kickboxing-based sport, but you can't throw knees, you can't like throw elbows and stuff. But the punches are from boxing, and the kicks involve kicking with a special shoe. Now, if you land with your shin, that's where like the complications come in. If you're more into K1 or Muay Thai, you're trained to land with your shin. In Savate, you get given a special shoe, you're trained to kick with that, and if you go any further than that, you end up kneeing your opponent or shinning him, then the ref will be like, stop, watch your distance, continue.
Okay, so it's quite nuanced.
Say again?
It's quite nuanced.
Yeah. It's a very like niche, exciting sort of thing, but what I like about it is that it's made my K1 better, because out of all my K1 fights, I've only ever lost one fight, and all my others I've competed through, I've won them all, and that was using Savate technique. So I was like, well, you know, you train your Muay Thai, your Savate and your K1, well now you've got something for everyone really, haven't you? So I've been very lucky in that regard. But But that's the best way I can put it, really. Sebastian's French kickboxing, or pretentious kickboxing, I call it.
And how long have you been in the world of kickboxing?
Started when I was 9. Went on and off after I turned 15 to 19. So realistically, about 15 years, but I'd say logically 20 years.
It's a short period of time.
Yeah. I'll stop it. You'll make me feel old, motherfucker.
Well, yeah. People look at me and make me feel like, oh, well, you should be feeling young because I look so old. That's what I meant to say. But so the music. So where did that start?
2 years ago, and it started with a promotion company that happened down in Brighton. And because I live on like the outskirts of Brighton, if you know what I mean. I'm not actually central or anything like that. But the story goes is that I went to one of their shows. I met him through like skating and that, and he was putting on these gigs with his mates, and it was like solo artists doing hyper pop, trap metal, and glitchcore and stuff like that. And at the time, I was like, "Oh, this is cool! I've got rappers screaming over these distorted beats. It's basically people who are doing what they want and not giving a fuck. What a great scene!" Yeah. And then I realised it's not quite like that. It is very genre based. I was like, man.
Yeah.
I was like, but it didn't really bother me that so much because it was still like an opening to you can do more than just a particular genre. So I was like, well, how about I just get back into it, give it another go, give it a throw, and if I don't make it by the time I'm 30, I'll jump off a cliff. No, I'm joking. That's a joke, just to make that clear. But yeah.
With your kickboxing training, if you did jump off a cliff and your shins hit the floor, you'd probably break the floor.
Bam! It's just like, all right, bang goes that one. Fuck it, I guess I'm living for another 60 years.
But 2 years, and you've come a long way. So, how has that kind of happened? Are you taking any of your kind of martial art discipline into your music?
I've got a few songs that sort of go around it. I've got a song called Starting a War.
Yep.
And the music video, because the hook is Starting a War, I was like, it'd be a cool video is if I had a kickboxing match. But we'll dress like politicians, like right or left, that kind of thing. Just make them do you know what I mean? Be proper edgy about it, just say, it's like, what? I'll vote Labour, just to make that clear anyway. But the idea was, I was playing a Labour politician, and my friend Rue, who filmed the video, he was playing a Tory politician, and his leaflets were just like, now, or this, just leaflets that just have a word that sounds like it could mean something. And we're both just like, we're different political parties, so we have a massive kickboxing ball. And I was just like, well, starting a war, do you know what I mean? But it comes into itself in a nutshell. Menu.
Okay, what we got here? Oh yeah,
I want to look at it. God.
Okay. Well, I'm a chef as well. That's one of my other trades. What we got? We got wings. Buttery buffalo hot sounds good. Or maple sweet mustard.
Now you're talking.
Smoked mac and cheese.
Popcorn tofu. That's a thing. Now you're talking.
Okay, so Black Heart, kitchen, beer, good music. Anything special from your sets tonight? Any kind of new revelations or?
Gonna focus on more the heavier stuff tonight. Now, the set list at Comedy Fries I think could have been done a bit better. I think I probably chose some of the wrong songs here and there for it, but tonight I was like, right, this time theme it, this time match it. Which song sounds more 80s, do you know what I mean? Which songs reflects what Midnight Danger was doing. So I could, do you know what I mean? Keep it appropriate, that kind of thing. Because if I just burst into a drum and bass soundtrack, because I've got a few D&B songs, I've got 2 projects going.
Okay.
I've got Martial Artists, which is my medical stuff,
and
DJ Marshall, which is the D&B. Okay. I'm going to try and make that a bit more official now, because that's actually going quite well.
Okay.
But the general idea is theme it a bit more for tonight, but keep it as martial artist as I can as well.
The biggest problem I've had with the drum and bass kind of genre, and I think it's a lot with that I find also similar to like the grime, is that the beats are too repetitive. And
it's true.
Especially with a lot of commercial drum and bass, it's very kind of semitonal, if you kind of had a bit more power, perhaps a bit more orchestration, or a bit more sort of dynamism,
do you mean
it would really whip your face off.
I know where you're going. It's like there was drum bass. You can definitely tell where it stands era-wise. Like if you go like these days, like jump up's a lot more in than it ever used to be. Like going back to 2011, I had a friend called Liam who introduced me to jump up D&B, and I was like, it's like taking like the wugs from like modern dubstep and putting it over D&B, and he's like, yeah, essentially that's what it is. It's great. This is fucking great. Like, this is so filthy, man. This is dirty. I love it. And but these days that's a lot more commercial now. Like you've got Saxus and Sub Focus. I mean, they've been going for years, but they're at like the point of their success by this point. But I get where you're going because before that you had the like Pendulum and the Prodigy. Like their style of D&B.
The Prodigy, I felt they were just musicians that wrote what they want.
And they are, man.
And I think that is like the best way, and this echoes what you thought that you discovered back in the scene, and you found it was a little bit too genre.
No, you're right.
But it is also that approach comes across in your work. I mean, I've been kind of reviewing. Thank you. Goodbye. I played photographer to a couple here. See. All the services included. Now I've lost the thread of where I was at. Yes, so in my kind of role of reviewing music, you know, I don't know if it's the ADHD in me or maybe I'm blessed with some kind of knowledge, but I can always sort of detect like pure authenticity.
Yeah.
And it's that leads me to back certain individuals, people like Ray Noir, and then people like yourself. I saw what you were doing, and I was just like, you between you and Ray Noir, that was it. That was the show over. Combi Christ, yeah, it sounded all nice and polished and perfect, and I was quite happy. I was quite happy just going through. And this is no disrespect to Combi Christ. Like, if I ever end up doing work with you in the future, please don't watch this video.
I'm telling Andy about you.
You know, I listened to all their music at home, and I absolutely kind of loved it. But in terms of, sort of performance and in terms of kind of that dragging out of the inner character out onto the stage, it was like you and Ray that won the night, and I was quite happy during the headline just to go through all of my kind of material and go, yep, use that bit, and yeah.
No, I get what you mean. Like Mimi Bax being like sex. Oh, like it's like Tekken soundtrack, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Tekken, what a game! God, the game. We were just talking about that outside. So, in terms of your composition process, I mean, how do you go about it?
Let's see. I make a song on Logic and I mix it very badly.
Everyone mixes their song very badly.
No, yeah, that's it. You can't mix yourself. Can you?
It's export mix number 37. You know, 37.1.
Well, in a nutshell, man, just numbers, isn't it? I mean, the way I sort of look at it is, if for someone listens to my songs and saying they can improve on mixing, it's like, I know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know this doesn't sound
I'm the same.
Yeah, straight up, but at the end of the day, it's like, well, just, someone said to me, they gave me some really good advice, and it was actually, when I went to college very recently, it was actually, I don't have much education, believe it or not, but yeah,
life is an education.
Ain't that the truth, man?
I went to University of Life, my son!
But yeah, you basically said to me, and this is one of the reasons I did well enough in this course, you said, look, just do it what you think it is. If there's anything wrong, I'll help you out with it, but I'd rather you did it how you feel like you can do it. Don't obviously just think, I've done it, that's done. Like, if you think something's wrong, look into it, because it probably is. And the mixing's come a long way. If you listen to my first album, which is called Here It Goes, like, the mixing on that is shocking, right? I mixed it myself badly, took it to Ollie at Blue Dot Studio. Look up Blue Dot Studio. And I said I just the mastering stage, and it sounded better. Don't get me wrong, he made it sound better, and that's why it works audio wise. Like that's why a lot of people got into it. He is the reason why. But the downside is the mix is shockingly bad. Now compare that to the newer album, which is Alpha and Omega. Like, the mixing of that is like levels ahead of everything I've done, man. Do you know what I mean? Levels ahead.
Excellent, yeah.
So, and to be fair, he did mix and master a few of the songs on there, so, but that's not the point. Like, a few of the other songs on there, I did mix and master myself, and there's not really a huge difference. Like, there's a difference, don't get me wrong, you can tell there's a difference. Like,
but it kind of works,
it blends in nicely, yeah. So, hopefully now I know I'm capable. Do you know what I mean?
I think that's it. You know, it's a shame because you write all this great material in the beginning, and it's the quality that lets it down. And it's always a pain to go over the old projects and redo it. It just never happens, does it?
No, yeah, for real.
But I think the important thing is just to keep moving. I've had my own progression in kind of mixing, and I'm told that my stuff is kind of sounding better. But I open a blank DAW and I just fucking go mad, go nuts. And
no, that's how you get better, man.
Yeah, and it's just you just keep. I think it's better to keep moving and keep outputting. But then again, I take it from a take of I'm quite a prolific composer. I love to write, and whatever extreme things going on in my head.
Yeah, man, it's true. Music theory is very different to mixing and mastering, man.
Yeah.
Do you know Dead Mouse, obviously?
Yeah.
He said in one of his excuse me. He said in one of his fucking videos and that, and it's one of his masterclasses.
Yeah.
That he said, if you want to make electronic music or you want to produce music stuff like that, the first thing you should look into is engineering. And what he meant by that was, plugins or compression, EQ, stereo spread, all this stuff. He said, instead of just writing a song and then doing that stuff, thinking actually fuck with it, like turn knobs, press buttons, got Tourette's, anyway, turn knobs, press buttons and that, and then just see what each thing does, and when you know what it does, you'll know what you need later. And it's like, that's it. There you go, and I followed his advice, mate. I tell you what, man, it's getting better.
Yeah. So what's kind of next? So you got the first album, which was
Here It Goes,
and then Alpha Omega.
Yeah,
when was that released, or was that 2 years?
That was this year, a couple months back.
Okay,
3-4 months ago. Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Okay. And what's coming next? Are you writing?
Am I writing? Yes. Got a new song tonight I'm gonna play.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking forward to that, mate. Another new one, which is actually based on what we said earlier about going back to old songs and remixing stuff like that. It's actually a remake of one of my favourite songs from the first album, because I was like, I opened the door and I was like, so I just played the riffs again on my keyboards and then just remade this. So I'm playing that one tonight as well.
Okay.
That one's got a music video coming out at the end of September. Actually, my friend Fatboy Onyx is going to play. Oh, and while I'm here, shout out Underworld. It's a promotion company I DJ for. We've got Fatboy Onyx, we've got Fluffy Bunny, Benny Boy and Black Vader. Check out their music if you can, because they are amazing. Anyway, so that's Underworld, yes. Underworld. So, what was I saying about the, I lost train of thought then.
So it's like a new song and your mate's doing bits.
Oh yeah, he's making a music video. It's the same guy who did the music video for Digital Apocalypse. Have you seen that video yet? Or?
I can't say I have, no.
No worries. It's basically like, it's a 3D animated video that's like, it's me and him saving our friend from prison. But we're fighting for a horde of zombies as well. And there's this cunt at the end, looks like Sephiroth, and then kill him, and then
Sephiroth was the ultimate boss, wasn't he? It was
really was, man.
Final Fantasy VII, wasn't it? So good.
He was intimidating, mate. It's like you see halfway through the game, you see that massive giant monster that you can't beat because it's too strong, and you come back to it and it's been killed like that, and you're like, oh, that's who we're dealing with, is it?
Didn't he have a sword swipe or something? Basically, like 99,999. Like
something dumb like that. Yeah, it's like I don't know what.
If you got caught out with that because you had to have a certain combination of shields or something, if I recall rightly, and you were just like, oh, really? Not again? Yeah.
Right, that was the last Final Fantasy I played, man. Like, we're old motherfuckers, man.
I'm 41. How old are you?
Oh, well, you had me fooled. I thought you were mine. Oh, stop it, Queen.
It's for lack of hair, so lack of grey.
I'm 29.
Okay, no, yeah. This Final Fantasy. I got into 12 quite in a big way.
Is that the one with snow in it? Is that
I think it might be.
Got a blonde hair with a beanie. Or was that 14? Fucking I remember. How many Final Fantasies are there by this point?
Final Fantasy 152 is coming out next week.
Does Call of Duty going to make a game one day? It's going to be called Call of Duty, we ran out of war, so I'll just kill each other.
But it's, I'd love to be able to dedicate time to that, but busy life, busy music. So the one thing I always tend to ask in these styles of interviews is, just certainly you've come about it from quite a random way. It's just like your second year in. What would you say to anyone thinking of jumping in, or has got some creative ideas, or is thinking of starting out, or indeed who is kind of perhaps a bit disheartened with how things are going?
Where do I begin?
Platform's yours, buddy.
So, we're talking now. That's a hard question to ask because there could be so many angles where we could come from. Now, maybe you could say someone out there has music that they're not comfortable with releasing. So that's what we said earlier. Just mix it how good you can make it. Like I said, what Dead Mouse said. Go through your EQ, compression, stereo spread. Fuck with plugins. You know what I mean? Fuck with it. And if you've ruined it, Should have saved it.
Yeah, so
Save it first and
okay,
fuck with it.
go into your DAW, there'll be a setting in there somewhere that will allow it to save every 5 minutes. So if it ever crashes, always do that one. And the reason why I say that, sorry to interrupt,
Experience.
is because, well, one, experience, but then two, just combined negligence when I completely rebuilt my studio, and then I spent a 6-hour session getting loads of stuff done. It absolutely crashed. Guess what? I hadn't got into the settings to tick that box. It's not loaded by default. And
That's a horror story.
Yeah. I almost visited the cliff. You know, I was just like, yeah. And it was like it's super complicated. I love all my like crazy, like super fast keyboard solos and stuff. And music theory, I throw it out the window. Yeah,
Straight on, mate. It needs that, mate. That's like cable management. Don't need it, mate.
Yeah. So if you can't go from there to there, in theory, I've made the way to do it. That's it's just like But I found bits. And I managed to piece it together. I got lucky. But yeah, so carry on. Fuck with plugins, and if it goes wrong, say that. Continue.
Sorry, I got proper invested in for that, mate. Jesus. Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
So, then you have maybe... do you know what, there's another thing that people tend to struggle with, and guilty about this, the business side of things. Now, one of the easiest ways you can do that is, I could say networking, but I don't really like that term. It sounds so cliche, but just make friends. Do you know what I mean? Like, find people with a similar interest in you, and they'll get you to meet people who'll say, "Oh, I've heard your stuff. You seem alright. Yeah, you want a gig? Yeah, you can support this artist over here." Basically, what happened with me, man? Like, I was asked to support Combi Christ, and I'm being asked to support Midnight Danger, and this is what a 2-year process of just getting to know cunts. I'm not even joking. That is literally the business side of things. Upload a lot as well. Make content. Again, I'm a main offender for this. I don't put out enough content, but I think everyone should. Be more than just a music, be a character, make skits, stuff like that. Have fun with it, have a laugh with it, because it's all going to work out in the long run.
And collaborate as well.
Collaborate.
Yeah.
Yes, man.
So we at Cupchairs, we have this artist, Yossi Bix, who does all this incident animation.
He made the best video ever!
Yeah. And I from your music, I could tell that you were kind of sort of on an edgy vibe and just whatever. So I thought, let's see if we can get you guys to collab. And of course, then you kind of came out with that you do digital kind of animation stuff anyway. So it fitted like a glove. And we produced the video, which I put the link and stuff below. You actually produced something for you, which you loved. And then I got my hands on it and put it to the music. And you guys can see for yourself. In terms of, I've had my own 3.5-year journey. There's videos littered around on my own kind of YouTube about it. I was an ex-prisoner for tax fraud. I had an accounts practice, big cocaine habit and stuff. And then I come out, and all that while that I was sitting there, I was like, okay, so I'm talented at this and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I've never really I've either sort of invested in it or de-invested in it, depending on which girlfriend life experience. So when I got out, it's like, I'm going to invest in it, but I'm also going to try and sort of help other people invest in their talents as a way of surpassing the vicissitudes of life, and just kind of keep them going. And I slowly have come out sort of like Michelle, and I'm going out and meeting people. And in the recent months, I'm now kind of in London a lot more. And you know what, the friends that you make, it happens so quickly. And things like social anxiety and bits and pieces have kind of helped, and my ADHD, which gives me a very strange lens of view of my place in the world. I feel like a complete outsider at times. But confront it. Because
be like,
what this man has said is true, and I'm living my best life now. And we're supposed to be both, are we?
Well, there's an old saying, isn't there? It's like some people don't want a 9 to 5, so they start a 24-hour.
Yeah.
In fact, based on what you were saying earlier, it's like, well, people make numbers. Numbers are people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, man.
Exactly. And on the social media content aspect, a lot of my life is tied to social media, and it is so
shame, innit?
I love it. Boston sacked me, but it isn't just a constant assault. And the numbers are never enough. The companies that own these platforms, they don't really push it as far and wide as they pretend they do. And there's all sorts of things and bits and pieces that kind of get in the way, and it can really make you feel like you're shouting into the void, particularly if you're releasing music on Spotify and stuff like this.
Never sure.
But you know, it is quality over quantity, but you to getting the content out, it's part of the creative process. And what's better than the numbers and the metrics? It's about getting yourself used to being on camera, used to playing with creative ideas, used to cutting up shitty footage that you made off the cuff and making it better. And all of this over time, in 2 years' time, your presentation is going to look so much better. So I speak for that, and you can probably...
I can speak for that, mate. Yeah, because I tell you what, mate, that brings up a really good point. Now, let's just say someone put out something as their first ever thing. It could be a website, it could be, I don't know, a new company, it could be like a gaming channel for all I know. If you edit it to what you think it is as good as you can make it, right? And you end up putting it out. A few years later, people can look at that again, and your true following will look at that and go, look how far they've come.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a music video, my first ever music video for a song called Heroes Don't Exist, right? It's more of an irony title. It's like a song about the grey areas of good and evil and that. But the video for it, it's me and my friends fire spinning, like, you know, like juggling fire, breathing it. I used to do circus skills.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, I'll make a video on that. But the actual editing was from me personally, and it's art. The camera footage the quality is really nice, but everything about it is just, I've done no rendering, no filters, no edits, no effects, nothing. And it looks art. But do you know what? It's still got quite a high amount of views. People still like comment on it and that. And it's like, well, do you know what? The people who see my newer stuff have gone back to this and gone, this is arse. And then they'll see the newer stuff and go, look how far he's come.
Yeah.
And it really creates a legacy, man. And do you know what? Let's just say haters end up seeing it. Doesn't matter. Stop the haters, mate. These are the same people that, you know, have no life to a point where they're so insecure, they have to look down on other people just to feel better about themselves.
Oh, yeah.
So don't worry about haters, mate, because you're doing more than that. Do you know what? I had a TikTok of the, the Comedy Christ gig, me doing a transition.
Yeah.
And someone commented it underneath, what in the name of universal credit is going on?
What the cunt?
Well, the thing is, it's like, one, wrong comment, wrong video. Two, you tried. I was like, you virgin, bro. I was laughing at that one, like, I kept it, do you know what I mean? I was just like, oh, you get a load of this guy. Like, bro, you want to start trouble? You've got it, mate.
Well, you know, yeah. I mean, you know, but, you know, the flip side of it is that 2 years into a music career, you're playing at the kind of pinnacle of kind of metal venue in England, or in the UK even. And do you know what? You know, your genre is probably kind of, it's that kind of crazy, but it doesn't fit into a box that would typically warrant, you know, you wouldn't expect to be at the underworld in 2 years. It'd be a harder path, I think, for someone of your kind of genre and mix.
I think
as opposed to like your
it's not screaming over it, then it counts, doesn't it?
Yeah. You know, so yeah, but you know, but the thing is people will kind of shit on you when you're down and you've got nothing. And then they'll shit on you equally as much.
That's fine. Shit can be cleaned off.
You know, if you're bottom and the top, they will just do that. So, yeah, you have to become impervious to these things. You know,
No, you don't even have to be impervious. Just understand where these other people are coming from. At the end of the day, an insult's still going to make you go, you what? What? Are you fucking starting something or something? Do you want to fucking go, bro? Do you know what I mean? It's still going to enact some kind of emotion. But at the same time, just understand where this cunt is coming from. Do you know what I mean? It's like who these cunts are. Like I said earlier, like they're so insecure, they need to look down on someone else so they can feel better. But if I could meet these people personally, I'd say, look, if you really want to feel better about yourself, stop focusing on other people.
Yeah.
Like, focus on yourself.
Because you're only ever going to be yourself.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Do you know what?
If you've got one opportunity, the price of your life is death. You know.
There you go. Yeah. Hopefully there is an off-life. Hopefully. But just in case it's not, let's go all out. Hatebreed once said, and that was the line: if you want to make a difference in the world, it means you have to be different from the world you see. Yeah, I know, right? Jamie Jaffa, shout out. Shout out.
Yeah. That reminds me of a Gandhi quote.
No, yeah, he ripped it off Gandhi.
Gandhi! Gandhi, yes, yeah. Oh dear.
Fucking take that from me, bro. Anyway,
I'll take that shit in, bro. I'm kind of into my sort of Buddhism and kind of, you know, Stoicism and all that kind of stuff, so...
Yeah, I'm reading my Buddhism as well. I'm watching the Rugo anyway.
But yeah, Buddhism goes so far. But yeah, listen. I think we've waffled on with our pints enough. So
Finished them now. Best go.
yeah, I know. Round 2. We might do a second interview after our 8th pint.
That sounds like a damn good idea.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I'm not quite sure what translation filter we're going to need. But
These old people who fucking hate new music, like, you know what I mean? Oh, God,
this has been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully I can get close enough, get some decent footage and all of that kind of stuff and do some more magic. And we'll follow your journey onwards and upwards.
Let's have a laugh, mate. Let's do some sick shit with sick cunts, mate. Why not?
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
straight up, don't leave me hanging, bro.
Cool. Sit. Nice one. Over and out.
Love for kickboxing, everything for the word love, because I love it, I'm not good at it. Been knocked out plenty, mate, believe me, I know. Seriously, mate, any more autistic, I'll be a furry for it. Actually, I should slag off people for their knees and that. If you want to dress like a mad cunt, then fair fucking play, you've got more confidence than me, man. Who here is excited for Ray Noir?
Yes!
Who here knows who Ray Noir is?
Yes!
Fuck off! Who here is excited for Coffee Christ? Nice. This next song is called Euphoric Liar. From reality, so overwhelmed, you will see only just spoken of. Well, it's gone, that's the brunt. There are battles starting down. You got nothing, that's your crown. Just another fucking lie. Lying down my face again, bleeding this still like a train. Just another fucking lie. Please don't look how far you go. Getting somewhere probably not. Just another fucking lie.
Violet Blend is not merely a band, they are a sonic force that has captivated audiences across Europe, sharing stages with the likes of Radiohead, Garbage and Palais Royale. Their meteoric rise has been marked by accolades such as Band of the Year 2023 by Great Music Stories and Band Revelation of 2019 from the International Intellectual Property Federation. This is a testament to their relentless pursuit of excellence. Their discography is a profound exploration of modern existence, from the debut album White Mask, which critiques the deceptive nature of social media, to Demons, which delves into our internal struggles and masks. Their music invites listeners to confront their authentic selves. Beyond music, Violet Blend champions social causes with projects like La Donna Mobile, which is a campaign against gender discrimination and violence, and this highlights their commitment to equality and empowerment. Their recent singles and their live album, Live and True, showcase their evolving artistry and electrifying live performances. So this is an episode of In the Chairs with Violet Blend, and I present Conversation with Jada.
Thank you very much for having me. As my name is Jada, I'm the singer of Violet Blend, and it's a great day. It's a great pleasure. We recently are back home in Italy after our UK calling tour, and we're a little tired, actually, if I have to be honest, because
sure.
we drove 2,000 miles, but it was totally worth it. We're super excited about what we've done.
Excellent. How did you find the British weather, and how does it compare to back home?
Okay, there's no way to compare it to Italian weather, but actually I think that we brought the sun because we didn't find any cloudy or windy or raining day, so it was great. It was a little cold than than what I like, but it's fine, especially in Scotland. It was like 8 degrees. That is like January here. We have 35 degrees now. The moment this is the Italian summer, so yes. But it was great.
It sounds like you got lucky with the weather.
yeah someone said we brought the sun, and
of course
it was great.
So to anybody who hasn't heard Violent Blend, firstly, shame on them, but hopefully we'll introduce you to some new listeners. How would you describe your music?
Okay, the open question is very hard for me.
Okay.
We're an Italian alternative metal band. I say alternative metal because you can say everything and nothing at the same time. It's this huge term to describe our music. We are from Florence, Italy, Firenze, a very famous but also tiny city in the center of Italy. We describe the music as a kaleidoscopic mix, blend of genres, musical forms, musical styles, very different things that we put together. We all come from different backgrounds in music. So when we arrange the song, because I mainly write the songs for Violet Blend, but then everyone puts a little of themselves in the song, because we want our music to reflect ourselves. The band is not a solo project, so everyone must say something on a song, on the album, on the visual, on everything, because yes, music is 95% the band, but there's also the visual, the cover of the albums, the pictures that you take, the style that you want to describes yourself as a band, as an artist. I come from classical music, so my first instrument actually was saxophone, and I started with solfege, and singing and saxophone when I was something like 5 or 6 years old. And then I graduated twice here in Florence and Bologna in musicology. So I'm from that part of music, the classical part. Well, the need of rock and roll came when I was a teenager. So it was parallel path for me. Ferruccio, the bassist, is really into prog music. So he really loves that kind of stuff that I'm not really into.
Yeah,
but...
no, I could tell that there was a bit of a prog touch in there. The bass player always gets a little bit of punishment unfairly for just kind of following the root notes. But I was introduced to the live album. That was my first listen, live and true, and. And I've subsequently gone to listen to through the back catalogue, but I found in the live there was a little bit more, is even more embellishment, and it was like proggy to my ears. I love prog as well. So yeah.
It is, and the drummer Michele Agostini is a real metalhead, so he's an old school man. So we just put everything together in the arrangements. You can hear echoes of prog music, metal music, jazz chords, or classical forms, punk attitude, a lot of things that we just mix together, blend together.
Blend, yes. I was going to say, because you have all these different individuals bringing their own kind of flavor into it. That's where the blend come from. But in conjunction with the imagery, which you touched on just now, where did the violet come from?
Well, actually, violet is the color of our city because, yeah, Florence here in Italy has this color as the we have both white and red and violet, and we decided to put violet in the name first of all because we love violet. We're always dressed in violet clothes, and it's also the meeting of a warm and a cold color, so the opposites that join blend together, and then it represents our home, our safe place, and that's why it's a sort of violet is the home, the safe place, and blend is the need to go further, to go over the limits. So as well, two opposites that meet and blend together.
Yeah, it's a very striking image as well. And I will say, having done the work with you through Cupchairs, it's been an editor's dream because everything is just so colourful and clean and like large resolution. You've really thought of everything. It's been graphically, it's been such an easy and beautiful project to kind of work on.
Thank you. First of all, yes, not the ordinary metal band actually, but we like it that way. Our music, our visual, everything of our art has to reflect what we are and what we like. So no matter if it's the not ordinary visual of a metal band, we don't care about it.
No. Well, you know, it's your own flavor, and it does you very, very well. You wear it all very well. The music on the side. You touch on a lot of, sort of darker aspects of human nature and societal issues. How do you balance creating art that is brutally honest in that sense and musically engaging as well?
As I said before, I'm the mainly songwriter for Violet Blend, and if I have to be honest, I need a particular state of mind for writing songs because I usually go on the piano and write music and lyrics together, and it happens every time that I'm worried about something, anxious, or also angry with someone because I have this thing that, or a little depressed. It's something that really comes natural to me it's a sort of redemption for me to write music. Something that really helped me a lot to be sane also. Yes. Because it's like an atonement for me to write music, and so well, it really comes natural. I don't think about I should write this, I should not say that. It's something that I'm a true person. I mean, if you know me in person, I'm this, and I'm not afraid of being me. So what's the point in building something that is not real and true in music? It's a really real important thing for us. Music has to be real, and that's why one of the reasons why we released the live album Live and True. Because there's a lot of scam and a lot of fake music around, and I think that we need to go back to the point of music. That first of all is to bring people together. So the live concert is has to be the main point in being in a band and also seeing a band. And because in a live album you cannot fake anything. It is what it is. It is what you've done at the concert.
It brings a different energy because, you know, studio work is very tight, it's very tidy, it's very polished. I mean, you do get human flavor come through because we're still playing our instruments, but the live performance can just give it that extra edge, and I feel it's quite an immersive experience. I love it when I come across a band, I don't know them, and their most recent release happens to be a live collection of works. I'd be like, okay, so part of my job is is reviewing something that's most recent. So when it's alive, I'm like, oh, this is cool because I get to you kind of hear and feel how the musicians blend together as people. I don't know if it's a sixth sense or a nature, or if it's something that's just intrinsically human, deep within us. But you can hear the connections, and when someone goes off on a tangent, the other person goes off on a tangent, and in your Live and True, it really did capture that raw essence, as well as the polished kind of performance of all the music that you've been doing. What have been some of the most challenging moments you've faced on stage?
Well, actually, it's not that difficult for us to go on stage and perform, and no matter if there are 1,000 people before under the stage or just 100, it doesn't matter. I'm a kind of shy person, so I don't usually look at the people under the stage. It's something that it really I can't do it, because I don't know why. It's been years since I'm on a stage, but it's something that I really can do it. But first of all, we are friends. We are like a family, so there's this connection between us that I think that resonates in while we are on stage. It's something really natural. We have done a long path together since we began in 2017. We've done small stages, small venues, then big ones, festival, all kind of stuff, and we got through this together. So it was. They didn't just put us on the greatest festival, on the greatest stage that there it is, and so you arrive on the stage. What do I have to do now? It's something. It's not. It's not that, because we started from the ground. Yeah, and so we went together through this. So it's something really natural for us, and we have a lot of fun on stage. Even though I don't look at the people. No. During this tour, that there's this funny thing that I didn't notice, and my guitar and my bass player, they told me, did you notice that people were singing along with you all the songs? And I said, no. No, I didn't notice it, but thanks for saying me that, because I didn't notice at all, because I always sing with my eyes closed, because it's something I want to convey my emotion, my feeling to the crowd, and since I see music like an intimate thing, it's the only way that that allow me to convey that emotion and the feelings of the songs.
See, my interpretation, or my imagination, would be of being on stage is be complete overwhelmed by everything that I see, but somehow you manage to lock all of that out by not seeing it and just staying true to your delivery. And maybe that's just a magic gift that only vocalists possess. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if it is a gift. I'm always nervous. I'm always anxious. I'm that kind of person. So maybe it's not a gift, but it's the only way that I get along with all this stuff. Because, as you say, if you know me in person, I'm a really shy person. I'm in a corner, and then I greet people. I love to joke with people. I love to meet. I don't call them fans. I call them friends. I love to meet people, everyone, and hold their hands and everything. But when it comes to being at the center of the attention, it might be strange, but I'm very shy. So it makes me nervous.
I think it might be the case that people that have a disposition towards kind of natural anxiety, and highlight that when they talk about themselves, can actually perform better on things like stages and in positions where that anxiety is high. It's almost like it's an internally creative, disruptive system, but it's also a kind of coping mechanism as well. Maybe it's some weird tuning that certain special people possess.
Yeah, well, I think it's a sort of self torture that we impose to ourselves. I don't know how to explain it in another way. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because if you think, okay, I'm writing this song, I'm trying to pull everything out from me, all the anxiety, all the things that makes me angry and sad and depressed, and then I take all of these things, all these feelings and emotion, and I put in a song, and then I'm going to sing it in front of a lot of people. It's something insane.
It is. I was thinking exactly the same thing. You know, you've got someone who didn't live up to your promises or expectations in what is a very deeply personal area of your life and very private, and you sit there depressed, unhappy, angry, bitter, whatever it is you're feeling, and take a pad to paper, maybe play something on guitar or instrument or whatever, and that then kickstarts this whole process where eventually it's in front of you're on a stage in front of thousands of people, and that's the route of healing for you, not only you, but also it's the route of healing for all the other people that in your band that get to contribute their passion through it as well, musically, and then for all the listeners that it resonates with. It's a very insane process, but I suppose it's a position, it's a very privileged process as well. When you look back at, say, where you were 10 years ago, or when you first picked up a saxophone, I mean, what are your thoughts? It must be mind blowing.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine something like this because, as I said before, I started with music because I have this attitude. So my parents brought me to the music school, but it wasn't something that there wasn't also a precise moment when I said, okay, I'm going to be a musician. I just loved music. I love music. So it's something from classical to jazz to rock and roll to heavy metal to every kind of music. I'm very eclectic. And so, yeah, it's strange. There was maybe a moment in 2017 because we supported Radiohead, and that maybe was the moment when we look at each other with Michelle and Ferruccio, and then our tour manager, our manager that joined us in that year, and we said, okay, guys, maybe we can do it. Maybe we have a chance to do this in live, to make more and more people listen to our music. And yeah, maybe that was the moment, but it was a very, very long path, and it's incredible. You think that it was 2017, it was not 1980, 84 like. And yeah, it is incredible out of it that we made almost all by ourselves, just a matter of hard work, pain and tears and sweat. Kind of that, yeah. And this is something that I'm really, really proud of, because we just put our lives in music. And as I said before, I don't like to call the people who support us fans, because it's something that then they take distance between us and them. I call them friends, because and I didn't know that we have a lot of friends in the UK, because this was our third tour, but the first two tours were in 2018, so we were almost we were young, we were at the first experience of touring abroad, and it was totally different. Then COVID came, and we have we all have experienced a very bad period of our lives, and then we have 2 years up and down in Italy, touring up and down in Italy, because it was very, very difficult for us to not just for us, for artists to go outside of their country, and then we we came back this year, and it was totally unexpected because I couldn't imagine to all this love, all this support. And as I always say, music, the first aim of music is to bring people together and turn strangers into friends. And this is something that is incredible if you think about it. So it is worth it to put yourself and be naked in front of people with all what you are, of your anxieties, of your problems, everything, because this creates a connection that is not possible with other form of arts, if you think about it.
When you touched on COVID, and just to actually double back, yes, you should be very proud of all of your achievements and collectively, and what you've achieved is amazing. And the fact that you are so humble enough to recognize fans and friends, and not to increase that distance as the success goes up, which is, sometimes is kind of natural in the music industry, and for anyone in any career who rises the elevation. You stay in touch with your roots, and I think that's actually something quite beautiful. But when you touched on COVID, it made me think of the question, given that this has always been a passion in your life, and as you say, your writing is a cathartic process, has there been any times where you've either been, you've neglected your music, or it's been taken away from you, or you've questioned it or doubted it?
Well, there's not a easy life, as you know better than me. It's not something that we're not like the biggest band in Italy or in the world, that you don't have to do anything more than write songs. You have to take care of all the aspects. Yes, we work with agency, we have a label, we have a lot of people around, but it's not that easy to go to live this life, because when you're on tour, when you are in the recording studio, you're not home. I have 2 dogs, and my dog was crying for all tour, and my parents that were taking care of him just didn't know what to do. So it's something really hard. It's a hard life, yes, but I think that it's totally worth it. It's something. It's also a dream come true. So it's something that we never doubt about it. During the COVID, we were lucky enough to win a sort of competition, but it's not real competition, because a very big band here, Elio e le Storie Tese, with a very established radio station and a trio of comedy man, I don't know how to say,
comedian.
They they did this thing, since they have done the same path of small bands in their career. They understood that during COVID, small bands like us didn't have the chance to go on, and maybe they would have quit music. And so they how to say it in English, it's very difficult. They said to people, okay, because they're not playing together anymore, okay, we're going to play the last concert, but we have to collect fund for the small bands, to make them go on. And we won this prize, and it really helped a lot, because it was a very, very difficult period. And also here in Italy, it was totally different from the rest of the world, because we have a quarantine that lasts almost 1 year. We have curfew, we couldn't go outside, we couldn't meet each other for a very long time. Not just a couple of months. It was a year and a half, and Italy the music industry here in Italy was completely destroyed. You imagine that here in Florence there are only 2 small music venues at the moment. So if you and a concert hall. We are lucky enough to have a good fan base here, so we managed to do the concert hall. But if you are a small band here in Florence, how could they know you if there are no music venues? It's something that COVID really destroyed all the music scene here in Italy, not just in Florence. And we decided to do it, so we're going to do it until the end without doubts. If you start doubting, it's the moment that you have to stop it. When you start to doubting, I think.
Yeah, no, indeed, it's very meritable that you've survived the rigors of COVID. Some bands, as you say, didn't. But also, I think one of the if anything positive came out of COVID is that lots of bands after COVID, started up. People have started to pursue these passions with a bit more interest, because the average person who just goes to work a job and might be musically talented, that was their life. COVID shook it up, and then it's gone, actually I should be more passionate about the things that I'm passionate about, and not the corporate entity that's sucking 40 hours plus out of my life each week. So I think maybe there was something beautiful to come out of it. Whilst touring, did you see a spike in like new bands, post-COVID bands? Have you seen more energy since COVID?
Oh, well, here in Italy, it's not well. You have to understand that the situation between the UK and Italy is two different worlds for music. First of all, we don't have that many music venues that you are lucky to have. And this is a very important thing, because if you cannot make people listen to your music live, you're not going anywhere. And this is a good point. And vice versa, here in Italy, many people stopped after COVID because they couldn't afford life anymore, so they just have to live the not the less important thing, but the less the more difficult thing in music. So actually here is not it was not good for music in generally speaking, but
well, this is why I like the grittier side of the conversations, because I've actually learned something today, that if I'm moaning about anything, I should think myself perhaps a bit more privileged, because I can go down the road and I can see 3, 4, 6 bands a week if I want to, and of course I have the ability to do everything that I do musically here as well. So
another thing that was bad about COVID and post-COVID is that there's not this culture of the concert here in Italy. Another reason why we wanted to release a live album. And after COVID, the people, it seems like they learned. I don't know if this word
unlearned.
exists.
Yeah.
Unlearned. Okay, thank you.
It's okay. No worries.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Your English is far superior to my Italian. I gave the Italian language about 6 months ago, because I was kind of seeing someone, and no, so don't ever apologize for the words, and I'm more than happy to help.
I'm trying to do my best with English, but I'm not a native speaker, so sometimes I just create new words.
hey, that's fine. It's language. New words are being created all the time. So,
okay, cool. So as I was saying, they unlearned to attend concerts, and this is a problem. And that's why most of the venues that we have that were not thousands, they are just 5, but now they're 2. So, and that the problem is that if people don't go to concerts, the music venues have to close because there's no clients, there's no music in, and this is well, I'm not that I'm not happy to talk this bad about my country, but for music, it's terrible. It's awful to be taught
That's
if
a
you want
pity.
to. Yeah, basically for music, Italy sucks, and this is a real problem because imagine how many good artists we have here in Italy, but you will never know because you will never know them because we
So
don't have
a takeaway message to anyone watching will be, you know, support Italian bands, listen to them, and you know, go to your local live venues. Even if you're in a country like England, go and support them because, you know, the decline is possible, and unfortunately in some corners of the globe it exists like this. What's next for Violet Blend?
Okay, we are writing new songs. It's yeah, very long process because I write a bunch of songs and then I pre-produce them, and then we go to the rehearsal room, and then we have to decide which one to choose, which one to put in the album, which ones to put apart. It's a very, very long process. We used to in the Demons, our sophomore album period, we used to tour and record in the studio at the same time, but it was something totally crazy. So we decided this year to take the right time to do the tour, and then when we go home now, we have the right time to go in the studio to understand each song, each little thing in the song, and not to do both things together because it was totally I was completely crazy at that period. So yeah, we're going to enter in the studio in the next month, I think, and try to understand what form the new album will have.
Well,
let's see what happens.
Good luck with it. It's always exciting. It's an exciting process writing new music and, you know, anticipating. So when there is something that you've produced, I want to be one of the first to hear it if at all possible. We're good with following.
But the problem is that I am happy now, so it's difficult for me to write music.
Oh well, I don't wish you any unhappiness, but I hope that you find something to draw inspiration from.
Thank you. I wish you to be sad and depressed for writing new music.
Yeah. I'm the same when I come to lyrical content. It's the same flow for me. And just to end really, any message to anyone kind of either entering or sort of growing in the music or starting out, or perhaps even doubting or thinking of putting it down forever. What's your message? What's your message from experience?
Well, it's a privilege to be a musician, to have the chance to write your music and then make people listen to it. So a wise man, that is Guy B from Great Music Stories, he told me, I think a couple of years ago, just keep doing it and you'll see the results. Just keep doing it. And it's something easy if you think about the essence of the sentence, but it's something true and pure. And he told me this thing, and because I was very depressed at the moment, and I told him I don't know what to do, and all the stuff that I'm writing, it's not something that I like. So what can I do? And he Jada, keep calm, please, and just keep doing it. You will see the results, and this is my motto now. So it's my message.
It's a good motto to live by. It's a good motto to live by. Well, there we are. That's been absolutely fantastic talking with you. I could feel that I could actually go on for much longer. But yeah, we are kind of here at the end of this particular episode. I look forward to hopefully coming back to you, perhaps maybe post-release or next time you're doing a round of gigs. I'm sure we'll stay in touch.
Yeah, let's keep in touch. It's been a great pleasure to meet you, even.
I also hope that us here at Cupchairs, we've been able to help out in any way, just a little push here and there through what we do.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's been for having us, and a real pleasure to meet you, to know you. I hope to see you in person next tour, because
yes,
we will be back in the UK. You will never get rid of us. That is in an easy way. So
excellent. Well, we all need a bit of kind of violet purple in our lives. So I'll get myself a proper purple shirt and turn up. Promise.
You have to. You have to.
Do.
A pleasure. Thank you so much, and a big hug to you on Cupchairs staff and people, and thank you very much.
And a big hug back to you, Jada. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Cheers.
Take care. Bye.
Take care. Bye. We hope you enjoyed that interview. There's going to be many more of those coming along. In the meantime, go to our website, experience some fantastic memories, browse our collections, add our playlist through the lens to get an auditory taste of the visuals that we are creating, and don't forget to catch us on social media as well.
But certainly there has been obviously struggles in general, because especially when we changed the lineup was a bit difficult, because obviously finding the whole new lineup, whole new musicians, but at the same time that happened during the COVID pandemic as well. So even when we were trying to write and everything like this, it was very difficult to come together as a group and actually record the music and record the videos and things like that, because obviously of the social distancing at the time.
In this episode, Cupchairs had the privilege of speaking with Phobiter, a blackened death metal band from the UK. They certainly took no prisoners in their performance at the Underworld. This is In the Chair With. Welcome to In the Chair With. This is Phobiter. I'm joined by Mark and Deborah. How are you both?
Hi, yeah, we are fine, thank you.
Thanks, yeah.
Good. Well rested after kind of a busy weekend performing with Crypta and Co?
Yeah, managed to recover now.
Yeah, it was a pretty hectic night. Really enjoyable. All three bands were really great. And obviously it was pretty packed out venue as well.
Yes. I wanted to go. I wanted to go myself. However, I'd been up London sort of it was the previous few days before, and it was not until late in the time that I learned that we were covering it, and I was like, damn. But I'm responsible for kind of reviewing all the footage, and it looked like it was heaving there. It looks.
We weren't sure, because obviously Bloodstock weekend, you're never really sure with gigs at that time whether that's going to be. Not empty, but not as busy as it normally would be, especially as Crypta were obviously playing Bloodstock on the Saturday at Barclays. But yeah, it turned out, I mean, I'm not sure if it was quite sold out, but it certainly wasn't far off.
No. Well, I think when it comes to festival season, people still do go out to all the other gigs. I think it's just our community. We absolutely live for it, don't we? So talk to me about the band, about its inception. How did it come about? How did you all guys form to get together?
Yes. Well, to start with, I basically was in the band from the start with another guitarist, Mitch Revy, with whom we produced the first album. And then Mark stepped in and he decided to actually record the drums for the album. And from there, we kind of evolved. We evolved by introducing our new guitarist, Ross, that we currently have, because Mitch decided to move on to other projects. And then from there, we decided to go a lot heavier on the style, a lot heavier also on the vocals, because on the previous album we had a few melodic vocals here and there from a guest singer. And yeah, now we are basically focusing on writing some new material as well.
Okay, and is this going to continue going sort of darker?
Yeah, actually, yes. Yeah, I would say so. I would
Okay.
say it's a bit darker, yes.
How so? Because I thoroughly enjoyed the material that I heard. In fact, actually, I was before this, I was watching one of your videos on YouTube. It was a four of you doing a playthrough. I can't remember. It was Wild something. Wild. The title come to me. I was hoping it was up on my screen.
We did that. We did
Something like Solace in Darkness.
Playthrough. It was either Within Death's Embrace.
Oh,
that's the one. That's the one.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the one. Thank you very much. And you know, it's remarkable just how calm. You know, the music is dark and vicious and fast, but everyone just looks so calm playing it. It's always a thing that I spot. It's like it's brutal kind of madness, but it's just like, yeah, this is our tempo, and I love seeing it. And there's a scream you pulled off at 3 minutes and 51 seconds, and I remember that quite clearly. And I was like, wow, that is so impressive. I'm a big lover of all things kind of black and dark and horrific. But I wonder if I may just direct a question to you personally, Deborah. You know, I suppose when people's sons go and join rock bands and things like that, that's probably considered the norm. Was there any kind of resistance from perhaps, you know, family or whatever when you've suddenly grown into this kind of black metal space? It's not the most typical female vocal kind of expectation, is it?
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, yeah, I have to say I am kind of one of a kind in my family because no one really listens to heavy metal or black metal or death metal or anything like that. Actually, I'm from Italy, so everyone is more on the kind of more side of the Italian music, let's say. My family, classical Italian music. Not that I don't like that, of course I do. I do enjoy some of them myself, but
yeah.
I kind of branched out towards a more heavy metal approach. Mostly for me, I think with heavy metal was a kind of, I would say, like a kind of way to exorcise the demons inside of you in a kind of sense. Through kind of the music, the high energy of the music, it's almost kind of helps you, like it does help you to basically put into art any kind of emotions that you have. Any kind of wild emotion kind of thing that you have inside of you, you can actually put into art and display that way. So it's kind of liberating to me in that kind of sense for that reason.
Perfectly understand that, and it's a sentiment that I hear a lot, and I am a composer myself, and I find that channeling your own shit or personal kind of struggles and strifes or moments through the music, it just helps better regulate every area of your day-to-day life. Has there ever been any kind of points in time where you haven't been able to kind of release that through your music, or perhaps you've given music a pause and had to walk away from it for a bit? What did that kind of look like, if it's ever come up? I'd put my teeth back in.
Yeah, no, actually, it's never happened that I had to like walk away and then go back to it in any way like that. But certainly there's been obviously struggles in general because especially when we changed the lineup was a bit difficult because obviously finding the whole new lineup, whole new musicians. But at the same time that happened during the COVID pandemic as well. So even when we were trying to write and everything like this, it was very difficult to come together as a group and actually record the music and record the videos and things like that, because obviously of the social distancing at the time. So there is this aspect, and also there is the aspect as well that in general for a smaller band it might become a bit harder to actually be introduced properly within the music industry. For example, as well. So there are these kind of aspects that play together.
And also the fact that we are a relatively unknown band in the grand scheme of things, we don't have that pressure on us day in, day out that, we have to do this, we have to do that.
Yeah.
But, you can step back and take a little breather and things like that and take our time in writing. We haven't got the pressures of you have to be in the studio this date and you have to be out. So it means that we can really think about what we want to do, take our time with it, and it works out quite well. As much as you'd all like to be on tour with Metallica, 300 days a year or whatever.
Well, yeah.
Relative, that's very hard work, a lot of stress.
It's a lot of hard work.
So, we're happy not having that pressure on us for writing and recording, because I think it does allow us to be perhaps a little bit more creative and patient with how we write.
Yeah, there is a thing of kind of be careful what you wish for, because I've seen bands go signed and then suddenly it's almost like another day job to them. It's like, hey, you've got this appearance here at this, that, and now you've got to be creative and write something between these 2 hours today, and it's like, and I don't think that lends itself very well to these types of genres either, because they're very okay. I don't want to slate pop music too much, but that I feel that in metal there's a lot more kind of passion, because usually that, as you say, that darkness that you're about, it comes from somewhere, and you can't make that artificial. So Mark, what about kind of your journey into this genre?
It's been a long journey. When I was starting to get into metal music, initially it started with the usual kind of rock bands, I suppose, Guns N' Roses, Bon Jovi, Iron Maiden, and then the early 90s was then obviously bands like Machine Head, Sepultura, that kind of ilk, the Roadrunner age, I suppose, Obituary, and then it was Slayer, and then it was like Carcass and At the Gates and Napalm Death and the whole spectrum.
No, I love Napalm Death.
So it's been like that. I mean, I've been in a few different bands over the years. Descent back in the day. Pytheo is still going now, which I do, which is more symphonic power metal.
Oh, okay,
And I wasn't really planning on joining any new bands. So Deborah was having some issues with lineups and drummers in particular. So I stepped in to play a few gigs, and then I stepped in to record the first album, When Life Falls Silent. And it was like, well, this is cool. Actually, I'm enjoying playing extreme metal again. It's good fun. I mean, got out and played some gigs. Again, a bit fortunate with some of the bands that we played with. Those good gigs that they don't come along very often. You have to really appreciate them for what they are and take advantage of what they are, which is exactly what happened with the Crypta gig. We were mostly concentrating on just getting the new stuff written and recorded, and the opportunity came along to support Crypta in the Underworld, and it's a no-brainer, really.
I think if you some noises going on, apologies. If you position yourself kind of well enough and are active and are always looking out for those opportunities, then they come. It's the same for any bands in any genre. Those who kind of keep putting their head above the parapet. But also, I've listened to your material. It's got a very polished sound. There's a lot of kind of blackened metal that could do with a little bit more kind of aftercare, post recording and what have you. I know it's kind of that's slightly attached to the genre in terms of the style, especially harken from the days of the 90s. But it's a good image, and it's very well presented, and I think that does yourselves a lot of favours. What kind of, to anyone else kind of in this sort of scenario, as say they don't have the pressures, they're recording and they're looking to sort of attract them gigs, they're in this kind of blackened niche that clearly isn't Radio 1 material. What sort of advice would you prefer to those people?
Don't get too worked up or stressed out about it, because it can get pretty stressful when you're knocking on a lot of doors, trying to get gigs, trying to get on festivals, and you're getting a lot of not even no's. You just don't get responses.
Yeah.
It can be tough. It's a tough industry to be in, and just if you really want to do it, you just got to stick with it and keep sort of rolling with the punches really on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So keep trying as much as you can.
Awesome, thank you. I mean, it is a bit soul destroying. We've moved into an era where we can freely release music to a global stage through all these apps and stuff, but it's like less and less exposure. It really is releasing into the void, and it's kind of we're so connected and everyone's contactable via email or Instagram or something, but at the same time these people are all oversaturated as well, so it leaves a lot of silence, and it's hard to be creative and have a kind of sort of build a momentum, certainly psychologically, in the face of just such kind of just nothing, just the void, So it's you got to keep hammering about it. What next is? So you're working on something. Is there anything you can shed light in terms of kind of the style, the concept, if any, or is it a collection of just songs you've written?
Musically, it's a natural progression. I think the last album, there was still elements of groove. There were still elements that were quite progressive, which was just a natural progression from the first album.
Yeah.
Whereas I think this one, we've gone a little bit more kind of balls to the wall, extreme, more Black and Death, more straight Black and Death style on that one.
Yeah, I would say there is a more black metal element to it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Than before.
I don't know, but lyrically and vocally.
Vocally, I would say I have introduced a few more high vocals, in the sense that I generally tend to have a particular style that I like, in the sense that I like to have these very low guttural kind of growls. Yeah, that's kind of my style, kind of thing. And I do sprinkle here and there some more high vocals to give you a bit more dynamic. But I think because of the more black metal kind of style, I have added a few more of those kind of more high, screechy, let's say, vocals to it. And lyric-wise, I think I have. It's very much still based on, let's say, expressing through poetry. In a kind of ambiguous way as well, certain kind of life challenges that I had in the past year. So some of the songs like reflect that. So it's still very much this idea of expressing your emotion through music and through poetry. In the terms of the lyric content, I would say, yeah, the style is always, as I said, quite ambiguous for the lyrics as well, because that's the type of style I like to write in, and because I feel like that when you don't necessarily become specific about the topic, completely specific, it almost gives it room for people to interpret it in different ways, and to relate to that in different ways, rather than me trying to convey you a message exactly as it is. You can interpret it and almost make it your own.
Yeah, I mean, some of our favourite bands do that. Yeah. Paradise Lost, Opeth. Yeah. Some of their lyrics, you read them and you conjure up your own images from the.
Yeah. You know what? I've not actually thought about it from that angle of ambiguity, and you just saying that, and then Mark, you kind of highlighting that with Opeth. And I absolutely love Opeth. I mean, who doesn't? And if you don't, you should learn to love them. But I've sat there after the breakups. I've sat there in all sorts of moments in my life, and everything that they've said seems to shine through. And I've never stopped and paused for one moment to think that might be a result out of ambiguity and just kind of almost being a bit abstract with it. And that's funny for me because I actually write lyrics and stuff myself, and I'm always trying to be very specific. What is it I'm trying to get across? But there we go. I've learned something. If you've woken up something in there, the next time I write, I'll probably come up with absolute nonsense, but it might mean something to someone.
Well, so some do write like that, don't they? I think was it Bowie used to do the cutting up bits of lyrics and just rearranging them and things and.
Yeah, it's an approach. It's an approach. Oh no, awesome. So where are you playing next? Because I'm keen to catch you on your circuit.
There's nothing lined up at the moment. So we're not really out looking. We're mostly trying to concentrate on getting the new material recorded, which drums are done. Guitars are being edited at the moment, and then it'll be Deborah, bass, lead guitar, and any bits and bobs we want to add to it. So that's the focus at the moment. So we're not really out looking for anything at the moment, but we'll see what comes along. Otherwise, it will be once the new material's out, we'll be looking to play a few shows then to promote that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, please keep me posted on studio developments when there's something new to listen to. There will be some video footage and stuff coming out from the night at the Underworld. But above, well, I'll do anything I can to sort of give you a bit of back in, a bit of a nudge, and introduce you to kind of fellow fans. I thought the stuff that I've heard and watched over the course of this week, really decent stuff. Just added to my black metal gym playlists. And that's the best way to exercise, I think. Forget all this pumping dance music. Yeah, it's brutality. Get the job done. Yeah. So, any final words or anything else you kind of want to say? The platform's yours.
I suppose just please check us out. Social media, Instagram at Fabita UK, Facebook the same. YouTube for BT UK. So please check us out, give it a listen, give it a try, and hopefully like what you hear.
Yeah,
I'll chuck the links below. And you saying that, Mark, just reminded me of one question. Where did the name come from?
Oh yes. It's actually a Greek name, and it comes from the Greek god of nightmares, which is also called Fobiter, of course. So that is the reason for choosing the particular name. We thought I had a kind of dark spin to that, which was particularly cool.
So we always get asked, like, how's it actually pronounced?
Yeah.
Like, well,
none of us is Greek.
So we've heard like Fabita, because I think the
yes, the
we just say Fabita, but we're not precious about how people pronounce it.
So I had it as Febitor, so but we're dumb English people. We have no idea when it comes to other people's languages. We're just like, everyone speaks English, we don't need to learn anything. But it's interesting. So again, I've learned something. The Greek god of nightmares, I didn't know such a thing existed. Was that something that you related to in terms of nightmares? Because I suffer with nightmares all my life. I just wondered if that was an influence behind the choice of the name.
Well, no, not particular. It wasn't because of any particular personal experience or anything like that. It was more the appealing nature of it, because it fit properly the theme of the band in general and things like that.
That's fine. That's fine. I just wondered. I'm absolutely obsessed with nightmare psychology and things like this.
I get sleep paralysis, and that's bloody horrible.
That's not a great one. Fortunately, that one has evaded me. All the terrors and the nightmares and the replaying and the what do they call it? The dream reality confusion. Been through there, whatever. But it's great inspiration for music. So there we are. Well, I wish you a good night's sleep, and I thank you for coming on. And I look forward to speaking to you soon. And I say, keep in touch.
Cheers. Yep. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for yours.
Welcome to a very special edition of In the Chair With. I'm backstage at the Islington Assembly Hall with Edge of Paradise. Fresh off of their high energy performance, we dive into the musical evolution, the challenges of life on tour, the drum company that came in and saved the day, and their exciting upcoming album. Margarita and the band share their creative process, talk about blending music with visual art, and offer some inspiring advice for musicians. Stick around for an exclusive behind the scenes look at one of the most dynamic metal bands on the rise. Let's get started. This is In the Chair With.
So here I am, backstage with Edge of Paradise. Hey, what a fantastic gig. I've known you as a band, but only over the last month. Shame on me, and shame on you if you don't know the band already. So I listened to the music, I became sort of familiar with it over the last couple of weeks. But then the difference in life for me was just the sheer amount of kind of energy. Like you all hit it like really hard. And I hope that the coming video footage will do it some justice. And in particular, yourself, Margarita, is absolutely insane. Just the energy, just boom, the strength. It was a very pleasant experience.
You wouldn't know that we haven't slept in 40 hours.
Yeah, I heard. It's been a long way. Did you come from before?
Netherlands.
That's
also
right.
last show, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So by ferry, no rest to the water going, choppy, this.
I passed out. Like, it's like, you know, makes you fall asleep. He slept for the rest of us.
So someone's got to. But no, but I thank you very much. Thank you, despite being sleep deprived and probably desperate for a few hours sleep. Anyway, here chatting. So talk to me about kind of the evolution of the band and how that came about and the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, well, Dave and I started the band. Dave is not here. He's in Netherlands.
He got stuck in there.
Got stuck in Netherlands. But him and I started the band, and it really kind of picked up in 2017 when we released our album Universe, and then kind of started the theme that we have that we kind of grow upon. We started touring a lot more, and we did a Japan tour, we did a European tour with Sonata Arctica. So we really started. Yeah,
I love that band.
Yeah,
it's a huge soft spot for that band.
Oh, that's cool. They're actually touring with Firewind now, who we just toured with in the States.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a small world.
It won't be long before they're touring with you. Yeah, this is the plan. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been really cool. I mean, obviously we had the pandemic in the middle. We had a lot of touring plans, but they got canceled, unfortunately. But it gave us a chance to create another album, The Unknown, which I think really defined our sound. And then from there, we built upon that, and then Hologram came.
Yeah.
And now we have a new one coming out on Napalm in February of 2025, where we have the first single, Road.
Yes, it's out.
Yeah, next single is going to be in December. So yeah, we're excited to grow a stage show in the States. We'll have bigger production.
Mm-hmm.
Here we're, bringing everything over. We're still working on that, but eventually we really want to have a stage show that kind of tells the story and the theme of the band to really support.
And in each individual kind of member, you kind of sort of go through maybe some of your influences or some of the nuance that you bring into the band. What kind of drives you?
Okay.
We'll start with yourself.
Oh, sure. Can you repeat the question?
Okay.
Influences.
Yeah. So influences and sort of individual style and
Right.
what your kind of personal take is on them and what you bring to the band.
So I joined the band when we were supposed to go on tour with Hammerful and Beast in Black, and that's where they brought me in. Unfortunately, she said COVID happens and we couldn't go on tour. So Margarita had these ideas for the album. Then she sent me the ideas, and I started building some drum patterns, and that's how was formed. And I felt like my chicken on the album was, I thought of the music as a powerful thing more than super technical.
Mm-hmm.
I consider myself more like a steady, powerful drummer. I mean, I can play other instruments, but I thought of when I was making drum parts for the album, I thought of more like making more like a rock, but still without losing the metal part of Edge Paradise, right?
But also he brings more of the modern industrial elements. And he's like, because we really wanted the songs to kind of have that machine.
The punchy thing. So I really like that kind of music. So I listened to it a lot, and I wanted to bring that into the show. And I feel like it comes through on the amount, and on Hologram it comes through more. Like that kind of feeling of like,
and
like
now
a
the
machine
new
punching,
album, he really did some super cool stuff.
Yeah. Was that a case of pushing yourself, or were these ideas that you already had but really wanted to bring forward?
I always bring ideas to the table, but at the end, like the songs come together when we go to the studio.
We all push him.
Yeah, Margarita brings me these ideas, and she's like, "Can you do like?" And I was like, "I don't know what that means, but I'll do my best."
Oh, isn't there? There's so many memes based on that, where people try and describe things to the drummer.
But I'm like, imagine you are in space and then you get invaded by this.
That's how she explains drum parts.
Okay, that's how she writes drum parts, or you choreographs them if you mind you. It's a lot to pick apart.
And then the shards of glass are raining on you. So how would you play? Kind of like.
But yeah, I mean, still in this new album, we still try to keep it. I don't want to say simple, but like easy to hear, so that people all enjoy the music, and it's like it's like an experience.
It's kind of rock, industrial / punch in the face, but without it being metal and conflagrated and confusing for people.
Not that there's something wrong with it.
No.
But yeah, that's kind of the thing that Edge Paradise I feel like is going for, and I really enjoy it.
Well, it's slammed from what?
That's the word I was looking. It has to slam.
That's a slap in the face.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, from a videographer, the drummer, he's always further away. I always like to try and get kind of on stage because you can get some cool drum shots.
Right.
It's but I was looking at you going, and it's like, this hits. I just wish I could capture it better. Wish I had longer arms. And my camera.
I try to bring that energy on stage too, even if afterwards my neck is killing me. It doesn't matter. But
by the way, shout out to Drum Tech for even providing us drums to slam on.
Oh, okay.
On this tour, we had some issues with drum, so we contacted Drum Tech company from Germany, and they were super kind, super easy to work with. They were like, "Guys, we really like you. Whatever you guys need, we're here for you." And they literally just gave us a drum set to play on the tour. So thank you guys.
So well, that's awesome.
Check them out, Drum Tech.
Really glad how that pulled through then. It's awesome. I think there's a lot of that. It doesn't matter whether it's like a drum selling company or individual musicians or people kind of on the fringes like videographers. The community aspect. As soon as one of our own is in the shit, right. I mean, we can swear on this, it's fine. There's a rush to kind of come and solve, and it's just so good to see. And I think you don't see it in a lot of other kind of like fields of music.
Right.
You're very much left out there, and it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
And shout out to Drum Tech in Germany. I'll put a link.
Check them out.
Link below. Not sure if any of our viewers will go and suddenly buy a drum kit off them, but you should. But you should. They're good. They sound good. Okay, moving on. I'll pass the question to you.
Dirk, play guitar. My main influence are old school Black Sabbath.
Yeah, I caught you playing Warpigs. It's like Warpigs is one of my favourite songs.
Yeah, right. You saw the soundtrack.
Yeah, I saw the soundtrack. Yeah.
So that's what I was mostly into. Like my main inspiration. I started to play guitar, and then obviously the more modern Lamb of God, progressive stuff, guitar, fusion, jazz and rock mixing, Pretty much that's what I used to listen all the time.
When did you pick it? Has this always been a guitar thing since you were young?
Yeah, pretty much I started kind of late, 15 to 16 years old. It's kind of late, Usually people start very early.
Yeah, it's a pain, isn't it? Because you see it on like Instagram. We see this 8-year-old just like doing all this stuff, and you're just like, I want to put my guitar in the bin. But I started my guitar journey when I was 15. I was from 4 keyboards, self-taught.
And then no one would play with me or understand the music that I was doing because it was pretty progressive metal before I even discovered like progressive metal. So I got the guitar just to purely do all of the backing and this and that. And I learned listening to like Pink Floyd albums and
try to figure out stuff for yourself.
Yeah, I think
it's pretty much that's it.
And I do think that from a self-taught perspective, this lends itself very well into this style of music and this style of band, and it's quite addictive.
It's positive because you kind of force yourself to develop something more unique.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, if you have the opportunity to do a more academic study, it's a plus.
Yeah.
So
I
strongly recommend you to do like self-taught.
Yeah, I'm good at the same. I better be the lone wolf and find your own way.
Yes.
You can pick up the academia later when you understand it. Because what normally happens is
There's no rules.
Yeah, and it's music what I did itself.
For me, it works.
It's clearly working. It's clearly working. After the little sleep you've had, it may not feel like it, but it is working. And yourself?
Kenny, bass. I'm also self-taught. Started off into like 90s rock, I guess. My parents listened to a lot of like oldies and stuff, which has amazing bass lines, from the 70s, 80s and stuff. Then went through like a death metal phase in high school, and then now I just listen to everything. Like I like proggy stuff like Symphony that we're talking with right now. Into that. I've actually liked all the headliners we toured with. They've all been really good. My style is whatever the song calls for. It might be a little more technical, it might be really basic, it might be like just flowing gamey, like these beats are really fun to play to. So, just whatever the style of the song calls for, I try to fit in there. Just make it, whatever it ends up being.
What's been the most kind of challenging, the kind of the stuff that you've been writing recently? What's been the most kind of challenging part?
There's one song on the new album that like almost has a pseudo bass solo for once, which is unusual.
Good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So and then other guitarist Dave comes in with a shredding solo on top of it.
Someone on the other side of here.
I think so. Yeah. Like, I haven't heard the final mix. I don't think it's the fully mixed yet.
It is. That's the
I don't think that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I haven't heard it yet. Like if that's the one, like there's a total breakdown towards the end of the song that sounded really cool when we were recording it, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. But all these songs are so much fun to play live. The energy's there, and
well, you're all moving about on stage. You're still popping about doing your own thing, and then together and whatever. It looked like you were enjoying playing music, and like I'm probably going to get criticised by my boss for this, but there's been many a time I like tonight. I will come to a gig and it's like, I love Symphony Extra and I enjoyed your music, I enjoyed talking with you, and it's like, okay, I see a Symphony Extra, I start hearing them, and it's like, as good as they are, it's like listening to the CD, and and it's like the energy when you get to that kind of level that just almost, well, for me, maybe it's just my way my brain works, but it just disappears a little bit. And I don't mind. I'd rather be, speak to people that you've still got the drive and the youthfulness, and they're on their way up. And I think that's just for me as a viewer, as a listener, as a videographer. This is what I enjoy. So it's been an absolute pleasure. So how much more of this tour have you got left to do?
About half.
We were halfway there. About halfway.
Any huge problems so far, or was it all kind of super smooth?
Well,
the sound engineer behind Cam, you're more work.
You don't have to background your phone.
He's a bit green there when I said that. It's like,
Especially coming from the
US. Down over there.
Our team isn't big, isn't huge, so Brandon he's been really helpful, and we all kind of have to chip in other ways besides music, right? Drive.
We're all here to survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
But also we usually have 2 guitar players.
Right.
So Dave isn't here today, but there's 2 guitars, a little more power as well. So that's a challenge, but he's joining us in the next shows. flying into here, we had a bit of challenge in the vehicle. We didn't sleep for 2-3 days on the first edge.
The dashboard or from van?
Oh yeah.
Went dark.
Yes, right.
Oh, yeah. That's why we have no
We gotta
dashboard.
deal with that.
Okay, so you don't know what you're doing.
Pretty much. No backup cam, no miles per hour.
It might be the case that underneath there's a panel with a panel of fuses, and basically all it is like.
That's why he's
probably cool.
I don't drive a car. I'm a motorcyclist, but I've had the problem with an ex-partner's car.
Why don't we figure that?
But we're still need to find the replacement part. We didn't have time.
Yeah,
we
only have a 12-hour drive after this, so yeah. I mean, usually, there's two sides. When you're in a tour bus, you're kind of stuck to whatever the tour bus is doing. When you're by yourself, you can kind of more in control of where you want to go, what you want to see. And we love Europe, so it's kind of cool. We get to decide where we're gonna go. But then we gotta deal with the challenges.
Yeah.
And sometimes tour buses break down and you're stuck there and you miss shows. Somehow we made every show. So.
Good. Well, touch wood. Long may that continue for the remainder of the tour. I apologise for the interruption in proceedings, but here is a message from one of our sponsors, My Tees. Hey there, music lovers, are you guilty about where your band merch comes from? Well, we've got you covered, literally. Allow me to introduce you to My Tees, the home of sustainable, eco-friendly clothing that doesn't compromise on style or burn a hole in your wallet. Whether you're looking for organic cotton t-shirts or recycled band merch, My Tees is all about circular fashion, which means keeping products out of landfills and on your back where they belong. From ethically made t-shirts to one-of-a-kind prints, every purchase is kind to the planet. Supporting your favourite bands? Why not do it in style with eco-conscious choices that reflect your love for music and the environment? My Tees is 100% plastic-free, vegan-approved, and only works with fair trade certified partners. It's time to look good and feel good about what you're wearing. Check out mytees.uk today and upgrade your merch game sustainably.
This one was pretty close. People were telling us, you guys aren't gonna make it.
Really?
Because of a lot of paperwork. Well, we had all our visas or work permits, but all the gear, the carnet, but we made it. But a lot of people were saying we're never gonna make it, so we're like, I just went for it.
I was talking to the Symphony X tour manager actually about the changes since we did this stupid thing called Brexit, which has made it harder for people to come to the UK. It's your first time here. How did you find the process?
No, it's not our first time. It's
No?
our third time.
Oh, okay. My
Actually,
apologies.
no, it's okay. We toured in 2021.
With temperance.
Yeah, with temperance. And we've had no issues. We had a great time. But the tour manager was saying that it's only recently that they updated all the rules. But we don't have that much gear that it's an issue of we don't have a tour bus with a big trailer. So we were able to
navigate that. Okay. So just finally, well, not finally, because I'm sure this is going to open up a huge can of worms. You yourself are hugely creative. I've seen you kind of doing art on the move. There's a graphic novel, which I'm going to assume contains all of your art and tells this kind of story. You want to talk to me about that a little bit? Plug it. You should have bought a copy down with this actually. But
every time I make a song, I always think of a story, and then it inspires an artwork. And then when the album was done, in my head, I already kind of have a story. So recently, it took me a year to make that novel, and I wanted to kind of make a story that takes you through the album and kind of to the next level, and really make people think about the themes of the songs. Because you can only say so much. And I like that people can interpret the songs in their own way, but I wanted to kind of share a little bit more of my thoughts and imagination and kind of the characters. Some people that have known us for years, when they read the novel, they're like, oh, I know who this character is, that's Jimmy, or that's Kenny, or, so the personalities kind of come through in the story. But also it's an interactive novel, so when you read it, you can scan the barcodes, which takes you to the songs, to the videos.
Okay.
You can kind of have the immersive experience.
have you always experienced, like in your mind, like your creation of music, have you always experienced music with something visual and your art, or are these two separate attributes that you've now brought together?
No, it's well, the music came first, but my background, I was in theater for a long time. I did classical piano, theater, and dance. I always loved all of that. And I love art. My mom always painted, and I grew up going to museums, all of that stuff. So when we started doing the band, I always kind of had that in my mind that I wanted to kind of combine all the dimensions together, and with the music videos. I always wanted the music videos to be very cinematic.
Yeah, well, I was editing the last one for our post that you saw, and I was like, "Wow, this is awesome!"
Thank you. Yeah, so and I want to keep growing that. I want the music to be the first step into immersing the person, the listener into our world, multi-dimensional.
I think it kind of needs it now, because I keep always talking about this in my podcast. Remember the days when your band's favourite album was coming up, you'd queue outside a record shop, you'd buy like a CD. I'm a little bit too kind of young for records. I vaguely remember them being in shops, but you buy the CD, you open up, you've got the booklet, you've got all the lyrics, you've got lots of artwork, got lots of photos, and it was like this whole experience. And with the accessibility that streaming platforms like Spotify and all of that kind of provide, like that element, it's almost like selling a CD and producing a package like that is almost like it's more rare, and it's a bonus, and it's actually an extra investment that the band has to make, so therefore most bands don't really make it. So this is another unique way of kind of bringing that experience, that privacy to listen to the music in your own private domain and actually hold and look and give it that multi-sensory feel that wasn't there.
Yeah, it's hard these days to kind of, because of the costs, also to produce things. So I don't know, I was trying to figure out how to do a lot of it myself to not lose that element. Because for me, it's very important that people have that experience, with physical, also visual, every sense. Dimension.
It's good. It's a great. I mean, I don't have the capacity to do art with my music as much, so absolutely, totally envious of anyone that can. So just rounding up, like one of the things that, well, it's my personal philosophy, and it's a philosophy that is spread throughout Cupchairs as well. We work with a lot of musicians kind of coming up, undiscovered or kind of on their journey. What would each of you say as a message to anyone kind of looking at the music industry, struggling or not thinking of kind of using their talent? What would be your sort of words of wisdom, truth, experience, knowledge, empowerment, however you want to phrase it?
Go first.
I mean, I'll say if you really like what you do, if you're in love with music, if you like what you are creating, just don't give up and keep doing it, keep putting yourself out there however you can. Now you have YouTube, you have Instagram, you have TikTok, so if you have talent, if you have a band, if you have something that you believe in, just put it out there. If you believe in it, somebody will too, and it's gonna go up there.
Why?
So just don't stop it.
Wise words.
Yeah. Well, building upon what he said, I think the most important thing is you have to love what you do, and like I said earlier, have no fear.
No fear.
Yeah.
Why have no fear? Because is fear something that you had before, you've overcome?
Oh yeah, well, even like the song The Unknown, I kind of wrote that for myself. Don't fear the unknown. And I still have a lot of fear, but that's kind of, fear is a roadblock. So if you have no fear, you have all these endless possibilities, and you open the doors, and how do you evolve and feel better tomorrow?
There's a psychological saying, isn't there, that it's like on the edge of fear, on the other side of fear, there's usually something brilliant to me to discover. It's like the roller coaster theory. I mean, I'm terrible with heights, and I don't even enjoy it when I finish. But most normal people go, "Oh, I don't really like this," and then they get on it, and they're like, "Ah, yeah." It's the same.
it's been kind of a theme through the band. Wait, remember what you weren't there yet? We went to Iceland.
So you excluded, sorry.
We went to Iceland to film a video, and it was called Face of Fear. And now we have a song on a new album called The Other Side of Fear. And it's kind of, it has a lot of meaning to me. So it's kind of sad.
For me, it's just like keep going. That's literally what makes me keep creating. Doesn't matter if it's weird or just keep putting your identity, and keep the excitement, as much as you can. That's literally how I do.
Have you always had
Super
that?
simple, but
No, but sometimes it's the Occam's razor, isn't it? The path of least resistance.
Yeah.
Have there been any times where that kind of motif of yours just to keep going has been challenged?
I mean, problems always happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you have a more, not what you do, the problem is just like a step to become better. So, make it simple.
Yeah.
Well, even yesterday, we were like, oh, should we not go? Should we risk it? No, exactly.
There's always situations like that.
So,
Choose.
Choose the other side.
And unfortunately, it leaves you last, having heard of everyone else said.
Ditto. No, I'm just kidding.
What they said.
When you ask that question and you're describing a band that's trying to get out there, trying to grow, trying to claw through, trying to climb, like I was thinking, like, well, that is us. Like we're still. I mean, I guess most bands would be, but like I feel like that's what we're doing. So to give advice on that's kind of a funny thing because we're literally in that process right now.
It feels like that to us, that we're always clawing our way.
Yeah.
Because no matter how hard you get, it's never right.
There's always another goal, isn't it? There's always another
goal.
project.
But it's interesting because too, like I've known a lot of people through the years, and I know a lot of bands that kind of shoot up and then they give up. I've seen so many bands just quit. So some people say to me like, "Oh, mom, you guys explore so much." So I'm kind of proud of what we're doing because we haven't given up. I don't know, it's kind of cool. We have albums. We have another one coming out. When you look at it that way, like I have an issue that I'm trying to be better at it, but it's not easy to kind of look back and appreciate of what you already have or what you achieve.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of look at it and then go to your next goal because like I tend to just forget or not appreciate the process. But it is I don't know, we've done a lot. It's kind of crazy to look back at it.
I think it's very common in human psychology to kind of not look back far enough where, especially if you have a personality type, which I do, you kind of always kind of self-punishing a little bit, self-criminating. It's like you're not doing enough, you haven't succeeded enough, and then you're always looking forward, and your focus is always there. And then when you actually sit back and you look back and go, like 2 years ago, I was doing that, and now I'm doing this, and I think that's another strong voice is like regularly, like every 3 months or 6 months, evaluate the last year, evaluate the last 2 years, so just stop, take that moment in time. This is a bit more Buddhist, of course. Take that moment in time to actually get a wider view of your past and your journey. Because you will surprise yourself.
I know, I'm thinking like, we've been to Japan, we've been to Iceland, like, both places. Like Europe again, it's kind of crazy to think about that, so it's cool.
It really is all about perseverance to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just keep going. If you have a passion, if you have goals that you have in mind, like we were saying, just keep going. You're gonna, even tour by tour, like we run the things every tour. So it's like, okay, it's cliche, but like it's about the journey to some extent, and the day by day crap that we deal with. Like it's worth it to play the shows at the end of the day, and then you get those days off, and then all the crap, and then the show at the end of the day. Like at least every day ends on a high note. So and then you go home, and then you wish you were back up there. So even with all the bullshit you have to deal with, so.
As long as you have your energy drinks, you're good.
Oh.
I finished one while we were doing the interview.
Yeah.
But it's all fun to me though. It's
as long as I get my coffee in the morning.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm both. I'm coffee plus energy drinks. And nicotine as well, you know.
Well, he knows I actually down one of each today already. Needed them both.
So I think that's what keeps the creative mind buzzing. You just have to be on this weird high. But actually, like I know people that drink coffee and they don't get high from it. They just kind of relax, and I'm one of those. You know, and I watch people around me going absolutely buzzing, and like, how are you drinking eight cans of energy drink a day? You know,
maybe you should chill on that.
Maybe. I get told I should chill a lot.
It's a bit much.
No chill, just do it. Well, that was when I was chefing full time, and you're in hot kitchens, you know, like 12 hours a day, and you're grinding it out. You
That's
know.
a hard job.
Now, again, look, it's slightly more leisurely life. My life is now driven by social media. Which is a hard thing, as I'm sure you know.
24/7.
24/7. Any words from a Whisper Fire sound engineer? You're also on tour with these guys. Do you want to jump in the chair and say a few words? Never forget the sound engineer. These guys are worth their weight in gold. Oh, okay, cool. There we are.
You heard. No, it's been really fun hanging with these guys. It's always
Fourth tour?
Yeah, fourth tour with these guys. We've come a long way. I remember seeing them for the first time. I only knew that Jimmy told me that he's like, oh, I'm in this metal band with this cool singer and they're cool people.
Very cool. Very cool singer.
He's Sugar King.
So yeah, I saw them at the whiskey in LA, and yeah, ever since then.
That was my first show.
Oh yeah, those came for such. So there was a lot of firsts for all of us on that day, and it was kind of like fate, I think. You know, all meeting and hanging out, and ever since then,
First
you know.
trip in Europe for you.
Yeah, that's true. This is my first time all around Europe.
Welcome. Let's see the world.
Yeah, but yeah, since then, you know, it always gets a little bit better, a little bit sharper, and it's fun to kind of sort out all these challenges with these guys. They're a good group of people, and. Yeah, man, we're always progressing and having a good time, and I learn a lot every tour, and yeah.
It felt like for me watching that you were kind of cheated out of it at the sound test today. The times against
a little bit,
yeah.
But you know what? We've been used to that before. That's not a new problem. So we definitely work together, and we have each other's backs on tour. Not only driving and traveling, but on stage and off stage as well. So.
Out of interest, this is purely for my personal kind of mind, because I mix some kind of stuff from home, and I've kind of been learning doing that journey.
Yeah.
And I was watching you doing the kind of the engineering before everyone turned up, and I was wondering, actually, does everything like the resonance of things like kick drums and vocals, you're doing it in an empty room, and then there's obviously going to be a change when that room is full of bodies. But just put it to how like the absorption of bass frequencies and things like that. Is that a thing that you kind of come prepared for, and like do you kind of do a mental calculation, and then are you most more often than not right when it's full and active?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the best thing is if you got it tamed when the room is empty. When people come into the room, it's always gonna, absorb a little more, which is a good thing, So as long as you have nothing feeding back, when it's all clangy and empty, you're gonna be okay when we'll get in there.
Is it more of the case that actually people actually help?
Yes, yeah, okay. Very much so, yeah.
That helps our performance too.
Yes, exactly. They play a lot better too when people are in the room.
Sound engineer tick, performance tick, record company tick, social media tick, yeah.
Right. It's hard to catch people's eyes when there's no one there.
Okay, no, cool. Well, we're obviously going to be hearing much more from Edge of Paradise in the future, and I wish you the best with the remainder of your tour. Thank you so much for your hospitality today. It's been a fantastic journey, both discovering band, experiencing it live. It was my first ever time the other side of the security fence, taking photos and videos. I've only actually been doing this aspect of probably my fourth gig, but this is the first big one. And so to be that close and what have you, and have the crowd behind me and get over all of that in my head, I'm like, okay, this is cool. So a memorable night for me. Thank you for taking this time.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, anytime, and we'll keep updated. And I don't just like to start talk to bands and kind of move on, although that's kind of what the business demands. But I always like to check in and follow. So any plans, any bits and pieces that you come up with, if you want us to share or knock about, then my inbox is totally open.
But that's the cool thing about music, because it connects people. We've built so many relationships over the years,
Yeah, they grow
From
fast.
people all over the world. So it's really cool.
It is really cool. It is really cool.
No borders for music.
Yes, music without borders. Unfortunately, borders in reality do exist, and they require vans with working panels and no sleep. But that's a problem we'll never solve. So there we are. Okay, over and out. Thank you.
It's got us in trouble with the newspapers, certainly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I've been a Daily Mail cover star. Happy to say.
Oh, excellent! Congratulations.
And I can assure you that our costumes are about as inauthentic as it's possible to be. A few years later, I was working embassy jobs, and I was the intelligence officer of the Japanese embassy when the Islamic State invaded Iraq. So I got to see all that, and then we were under siege in Baghdad, and then working for another embassy, saw a lot of the aftermath with the Islamic State being driven back up north again, and all that stuff. So I've seen quite a bit of it. I mean, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, to be honest. It's there's something vital about it, and you live every day. Every day is extremely long and packed with experience. It's very grim. I mean, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine and Russia at the moment, that's all going on, and we just forget about it and go about our daily business.
Welcome to another edition of In the Chair with. This time, Cupchairs had the privilege of talking with Graham from Stuka Squadron. In this episode, we discuss vampirism, war, and, of course, brutal metal. Welcome to In the Chair with. Graham, welcome to In the Chair with Stuka Squadron. Firstly, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fine. It's daylight, which is not our best time, and also it's been sunny, which is unpleasant for the rain and the drizzle. But what can you do?
Well, it is what it is. It's interesting you mentioned the sun, because is there not a kind of vampiric element to your music and image, as well as the very obvious kind of World War II themology? Why don't you walk me through that?
We recruit musicians only from the vampire community. So where that might sound a bit exclusive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But it is true. And also the other requirement is that they must have served in a Luftwaffe squadron in World War II. That does narrow down options to a certain extent.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I would say that does.
However, it's very specialised.
Yeah. No, indeed. It would be very insufferable should you lose a band member, because that's quite a CV that one must be wielding.
Well, there were a few of us. The lucky thing is the undead, of course, have preternatural talents in many ways. So for them to be, for example, master the guitar is far easier than it would be for a mortal. Plus, we have more time.
They have long nights in which to practice, and the punishments for failure are dire.
Yes. Okay.
Appalling.
Such as.
Endless torture in what we call the fiery pit, which is our special prison we have for failed members, which we've all visited at one time or another, including me. So there we are.
So how did this collective of undead vampiric ex-squadron leaders come to fruition?
What do you mean? Why did we form a band?
Well, yes, indeed. Yep. I mean, that's a simpler way of putting the question. I was going to capitalise on your narrative.
yes, I see. A band. It's more of an act. But why did we form the act? It was simply because if you read the history books, fact. 1 second.
That's okay.
Told Second World War by a lesser-known historian, Anthony Beaver. You may have come across him.
Yes. Yes, I have. Yeah.
Wait 1 moment. So if we go to, this is his grandly titled Second World War in 1 volume, which is already arguable. Okay. But if we go in here, I think we'll find that the word Stuka appears many, many times. So I'll just check that. If it doesn't, I'm going to be outraged. I'm going to be outraged in a minute anyway.
Oh, we got the wrong name. Yeah.
That would be appalling.
After all this time.
Okay, here we go. Stalin, Stalingrad, Stavka, Stilwell. Stuka's not in there either, actually. There you go. All right, but even worse than that. So if we look at, if we go to vampire, no mention.
Okay.
That's absolutely appalling. I mean, outrageous.
Well, no. It's because it's that kind of it's one of those unspoken truths. It's one of those unspoken realities that dare not be cast into ink into the annals of history.
So, are you saying that most people actually know?
Well, I'm saying that
I've consulted numerous documentaries, including, for example, A Bridge Too Far, which I consulted recently. I participated in Band of Brothers. I watched Saving Private Ryan. There were no revenants anywhere. None. Oh, and Enemy at the Gates, if you behold at the beginning, there are Stukas, which is good. So, dogs. Not a single inhabited by a vampire, which is just wrong. Outrageous falsehood.
Well, I don't know, maybe there's some truth in something else. I'm trying to remember the name of the film that I watched. But it was essentially a group of younger, obviously they're all good looking, aren't they? They go on a little holiday somewhere in the middle of the snow, and underneath. Yes, yeah, you know the one.
Snow.
Yeah,
Yes. A masterpiece, and in fact, that is simply a fly on the wall documentary, nothing else.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. For those who don't know Dead Snow, the story is as I've outlaid it, but I think underneath them is all sorts of tunnels, and they're filled with kind of Nazi zombies. I think that's
absolutely
probably
correct. And of course, that really happened, real event. And the only other reliable documentary I've seen so far is Iron Sky.
Okay. Yep.
I'm not probably supposed to talk about that. That's not true. It's just made up.
Okay.
There's no moon base. It's just a silly conspiracy theory. No point looking for it. You won't find it. Just want to make that completely clear.
So, is this kind of leaning towards the history? Obviously, you personally are in possession of these books, and clearly this is something you've taken interest on, or is on a kind of human level. Was this always going to be something in your personal journey? You've obviously got a love of history. You've got a love of rock/metal. So, how did that all fuse together?
How did it all fuse? Actually, I mean, I can tell you the exact moment that Stuka Squadron appeared in my mind. I was in Iraq in 2007 or 8, and I was walking through, no, it must be 2007. I was walking through Camp Victory in Baghdad, kicking my way through the sand, and I was thinking about vampires and how vampires are cool. I wanted to do a heavy metal band with vampires, but they're not cool enough. Just on their own, it's not enough.
Yeah.
How do you make it even cooler, right? So it's like, well, you put them in an airplane that's really cool. And then an A-10 Warthog went past, and I was like, Warthog Squadron. And then I thought, no one's going to want to be in that.
No.
Terrible name. Even though A-10 Warthogs are really cool. And I thought, well, what's the baddest, nastiest looking aircraft that there's ever been in all of time? And the one that popped into my head was, of course, the Ju-87 Stuka.
Partly because I remember when I was a teenager going into pubs where you'd meet veterans quite a bit, and they all talked about being stupid and the noise, the siren. They'd hear it coming from a long way away, and they all talked about it, and I'd heard it quite a few times. And so that was just like, and I remember I just stopped and started laughing because it was too cool. Had to do it. It's just, necessity. So I explained that to James, the singer at the time who I was working with, and he was like, if you say so. And there we are. That's how we started the journey.
Well, it's certainly flourished into quite a striking image. I mean, I reviewed the footage as multiple bands at the Carts and Horses that we covered, and I have the job of kind of going through the footage and whatever afterwards. And I was just like, this was so cool, Unfortunately, it wasn't a night that I could personally make, but I thoroughly enjoyed everything that you've put together in terms of like costume design and all this kind of stuff. It looks very authentic. I wonder if it's got you in trouble with customs at all.
No trouble with customs yet.
No, good.
It's got us in trouble with the newspapers, certainly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been a Daily Mail cover star. Happy to say.
Oh, excellent! Congratulations.
Yeah, long time. It was in 2019. It's not that long ago.
No.
That was some time back, but most metal fans appreciate that it's an act. And actually, you talk about authenticity. When I said that I participated in Band of Brothers, that's exactly correct. In that I portrayed an SS Stormtrooper in Band of Brothers, which is partly where the interest came from. And I can assure you that our costumes are about as inauthentic as it's possible to be. We're supposed to be Luftwaffe pilots, but if you look at, we looked at Luftwaffe pilots when we were designing the costumes, and we're like, they look really silly, so we're not doing that. And then we looked at RAF pilots, we're like, no, absolutely not. It's all blue. But it is actually sort of, it looks a bit like halfway between an SS uniform and kind of like a Gestapo one with the long coats and everything else. So it's a bit like an SS uniform, but it's actually just compiled of things that every metalhead has in their cupboard, which is exactly what we wanted. All you need to do is hats. The rest of it is just stuff that you will have somewhere in your cupboard, no doubt. Long coat. Yeah. Although I am quite literally wearing jack boots. That's the only concession apart from the hat.
Yes. No. Yeah. I mean, it's Hugo Boss fashion at the end of the day. I mean,
Hugo Boss do have a record of knowing what to do in fashion. Yes. And they did look well. They were notorious looking quite smart as well.
Well, at the risk of being on my own, having my very own Daily Mail headline, war crimes aside, the fashion is it's very unique and striking, and I'm sure that was part of its intention.
Absolutely.
Particularly as kind of pre-Second World War Germany was essentially kind of rags and tags and destroyed society. So I think a well-polished uniform kind of commanded some presence, which allowed the mechanisms of that government to take hold.
No, I mean the German kit, including, I mean, they were designed. A lot of it was designed for it just looks cool. And there's something very metal about that. Like look at Titan. That. Yeah. They are completely over-engineered, completely impractical. Very effective in some ways, but there was always a consideration that they look cool to attract people and make people excited about the idea. Whereas if you look at British kit, it's all very functional, cheap looking, because it was the cheapest thing they could do all the time. So our guys were kind of, if you've ever seen battle dress, I had to wear it when I was in cadets. It's bloody awful. Like a big baggy thing with and made of like this horrible material, and then the silly massive tin hat. Just horrific. So I mean, they were much better at this stuff, just making things look cool, making things look mean, and that's a metal attitude. They were very metal ideas.
Well,
the plane had a siren on it just to scare people.
Well, yes,
that's astounding.
Indeed, I mean, metal that it does portray a very kind of forceful image, and I think that's quite, because a lot of the narrative behind the music, it tends to be very kind. It explores elements of humanity, faith, existence, trials, problems, parts of society, hopes and dreams. It conveys it in a very strong way. You could argue on the complete antithesis, on the other side of metal, you could argue that, you know, pick any religion, that their word is delivered, you know, very, very strongly, and it has a strong image attached to it. But I don't see why people find metal so kind of, you know, offensive. And I think what's beautiful about the genre is that it's a collective of people that, you know, are not afraid to approach certain kind of elements and insights and understanding. You find a lot of good psychology behind all of this.
You talk about psychology. We'll get into that in just a moment. And you're absolutely right. The good thing at metal is a space in which you can explore dark ideas, and that's what it has to be. They're not always dark ideas. I mean, you've got Gojira doing their green stuff, and Green Lung and all the rest of it doing their, and that's all great. That's all great.
Well, if you look at one of my gateways into, you know, the heavier side of stuff was a band called Dimmu Borgir.
Yes, of course.
Yes. I got them into about 2000. It was the album Puritanical Euphoric Misanthropy. But if you actually go through all of the lyrics in that, you know, it's all, and a lot of Dimmu Borgir stuff, it's all about that journey from the darkness into the light and self-acceptance, and this is something that is explored in traditional psychology. It's explored in Buddhism. It's explored in every written text, and has been from the dawn of time. And when I had friends and like, oh, this is all screaming and it's black and it's satanic, and it's like, no, it's a journey from the visceral side of darkness at its worst to the path, you know, to an arriving of light at its best. And is that not what you want? Do you want to be a full person, or do you want to know the full range of your character? Because once you know that darkest side of yourself, you can then police it, and then you can actually use that to turn the yin and yang to the other side and become a lighter person.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'd probably take the other direction. It's not, well, actually, a lot of our songs are about fighting against overwhelming odds and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And attempting to triumph in the face of adversity, extreme adversity, you know, like the impossible odds, if you will, but still carry on going and do it, which is what people did when they climbed into Zeppelins, for example.
Yeah.
So you've got a giant sausage full of hydrogen, and you think you're going to somehow win the First World War by, you know, just randomly going across Britain, dropping very small bombs on places.
Indeed, and you're so large and you're so vulnerable. And then similar on the ground, you think that running across in your boots in slippery wet mud in droves of hundreds, you know, with gas and metal and everything all bursting around you, and when that fails, we're fine. We'll just send another couple of hundred people. You know, it's. We owe a great gratitude to, you know, all of these individuals that participate, and perhaps controversially, some of these tactics we would frown upon now, but they were the best that
they're
known
current.
At the time.
Current. Yeah. No, I mean, if you look at Ukraine now, it's exactly the same. There's no difference. It's trench warfare with. They have got tanks and things, but they are doing trench warfare now. And the Russian philosophy is still to try and, you know, outlast them with manpower. So those tactics are current even today.
Wow, yeah. I mean, but the additional problem with that is we have all these drones, and you know, going really off topic now. Where I saw a video the other day of this Russian guy, and he's in some kind of like almost like a drain or something. It's very short. It's got little hills, small enclosure here with some bush, and there's another one just a short way, and he's hiding, and this drone is trying to get into the weeds, and it's running to the other end, and it's like vroom up round, and eventually it gets in there, and then it just detonates, you know, and it's just
I'm with you.
Like, fuck me, what? Like, that is just, excuse my French, but that is just a hellish experience. And whilst the rumours about conscription have been watered down by the wet lettuce that was Rishi Sunak, you know, why would anyone want to go and fight for a country against essentially flying fleas that can just basically do away with you any second. War is and always has been a scary, it's a scary environment, but it's the technology that gets introduced to it, whether it was new back in the First World War, new back in the Second World War, or in current day. It's frightening stuff. And
I rather enjoyed Iraq, to be honest with you.
well, I was going to say, does any of your experiences there bleed in, and what experiences bleed in?
Yeah, no, okay. So I was in Iraq for 6 years altogether. I did. I was been in Basra. I was in Fallujah with the US Marine Corps during the surge. So they saw the Betrayers effect at full hand. And then I was in Baghdad. When I invented Stuka, I was probably not in the best frame of mind. Okay, mentally I was probably somewhat gone, and that partly explains why Stuka looks as it does. But yes, then I was in Baghdad. I served with the 1st Airborne, was attached to them, doing stuff with the US Corps of Engineers. So I'd seen quite a bit by that point. And then a few years later, I was working embassy jobs, and I was the intelligence officer of the Japanese embassy when the Islamic State invaded Iraq. So I got to see all that, and then we were under siege in Baghdad, and then working for another embassy, saw a lot of the aftermath with the Islamic State being driven back up north again, and all that stuff. So I've seen quite a bit of it. I mean, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, to be honest. It's there's something vital about it, and you live every day. Every day is extremely long and packed with experience. But sometimes I couldn't believe the things we were doing. Just you do staggering things, and we're making history on a daily basis.
And often, perhaps, I don't know, you correct me or educate me, but often perhaps for very little thanks or appreciation.
Thanks. Nobody cared. Nobody cared at all what we were doing. I mean, people cared in Iraq, obviously, but when you came home, no one even knew what was going on. So it was
we're all blissfully unaware, doing our shopping in Tesco's, complaining about the extra 2p on oil or petrol and all this kind of stuff. It's raining today. This pothole isn't fixed. Whether you're going out there and traversing grim territory.
Well, yes, it's very grim. I mean, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine and Russia at the moment, that's all going on, and we just forget about it and go about our daily business. But to someone, that's their entire existence. To a lot of people, including the person who designed our album cover, oddly enough, who lives in one of the I found this town on Google Maps that seems to be inside one of the Russian zones now, so I don't know what's happened to him. But hopefully he's still around.
Yes.
Because we're giving services for the next one.
Reach out and hopefully is all right. And this is a thing, it's not just it's not just about sort of territory. We talk about the news talks about very easily, people kind of are suffering or injured and what have you, but there's so many other things attached to this, like loss of artistry. I live in a world where I try and kind of support musicians to invest in their talents as a way of kind of surpassing the vicissitudes of life, and I think we all do in this creative circle, whatever it is that our art or their passions are. But there's a lot of loss of that and a lot of potential loss that goes with it, and it's just sad to see. But at the same time,
lost in World War II, for example. I mean, the Nazis looted the work of art which disappeared, and some of it's never been recovered.
Well, indeed, and I mean the Islamic State, the Caliphate, and all of that kind of stuff. They've done exactly the same thing. Yep.
They were destroying culture deliberately. Is what barbarians do.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. It is. It is barbarianism. So how do you kind of go from, as you say, quite enjoying your role in Iraq to then kind of coming back home? Just kind of living your normal average citizen day-to-day life, and then with the band attached to it, would that life be different if the band wasn't attached? Because there's obviously some kind of connection.
I would, if it wasn't for the fact that Stuka was kind of taking off and we were doing things, I'd have stayed in Iraq for much longer.
Right, really?
Yeah, it was simply because metal is too big a draw.
Yeah, it's called Call of the Wild.
Well, absolutely. Work can't be allowed to get in the way of that stuff. So you have to come back and get on with things. So, at the time, the band had just formed. We started doing shows and stuff, but we were working towards the Tales of the Ost album, and that needed to get an album out and everything else. So that's why I left Iraq in the first place. I went back again later on, when I wasn't doing the band at that point.
Okay.
And then, there we are. It's like, even now I've got to go out to Somalia on Friday.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And then I'm in Nigeria next month. So, it still goes on.
What are you doing out there? Was it classified?
No, it's not classified. Just training intelligence. Oh, it could be. Yeah, no, it could easily be by my work, but it's not this time. I'm just training soldiers and basic stuff.
No. Well, everybody needs the basics in place. As I'm sure, without the foundations, they've got no chance of success. But that's a very different kind of element because it kind of takes you out from being someone that was kind of active on the ground, and now you're more in an instructional role. I wonder what that must be like. Is that quite fulfilling?
It's good. It's good. I enjoy teaching. Yeah. I think I won't have any choice about going back into an active role fairly soon, though, the way things are going.
Yeah, I mean, you're closer to I suppose, the inner wheels and the rumour mill or the information wheel, I suppose one would say. You think that's a likely possibility? Britain getting wrapped up in I
think it's an inevitability, to be honest, because I believe my assessment is that China is likely to invade Taiwan, and that's likely to be the trigger for a more general conflict from this position. That's based on open source.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have seen quite a lot of corroboration on what we call combat indicators.
Yeah. Scary times. So you've probably have you got a new album you're going to record before that happens?
I don't know. It took us 3 years to do Zeppelin because it had to be okay. So the chances of me getting this done before a certain date by which I think things will happen are quite slim. Zeppelin only came out in December.
Yes,
so we're
indeed.
starting to tour it now. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a little campaign around One Man Blitzkrieg. We're going to do a video. We're working on that. We've got our Blitzkrieg to hear in it. To how we're going to go about it is a little bit unclear, but we're working through that. Then I think a new range of shirts.
Yeah.
New range of shirts, possibly with I'm a Tank on it for the blokes to wear when they're all banging into each other down the front.
Yeah, no, indeed. I saw on the website. Yes, you lean very heavily into. I'm just clicking around. You lean very heavily into it's called the Armory, or Das Armory is actually the hyperlink. Lots of cool stuff. I mean, it's the imagery and the artwork. It's a very good. It's very stand out. Even as I get going back to where I was doing the video editing, someone kind of give the camera going around the merch stall and what have you, and your stuff was just stand out. So it's an absolute fire, production wise.
Well, funny how that it glows in the dark was good as well, which we weren't aware of.
What's that? Your t-shirt glows in
the
the dark?
Glows in the dark. Yeah, this shirt here, the one with Von Blitzen on the front.
Oh well, how cool! How?
Yeah, well, no, we didn't know that.
That's an added bonus. Oh well, there we go. That's awesome. But when you do the next run of t-shirts, are you able to make the same mistake or unaware thing to make it glow in the dark again?
Yeah, well, actually, the design comes from our record label. So we're with Metal on Metal Records, and Joita, who's the principal there, she does a lot of the design for a lot of Metal on Metal bands. So she designed this shirt.
Yep.
Which has been pretty successful so far. Lots of people have bought this one. So we'll get her to do it again. Hopefully it'll be luminous again. That'll be top end. But even if not, an eye-catching shirt. We actually make so much more money now off shirts than we do off our music.
Okay, that's good. That's because you see a lot as a musician and in supporting musicians. You see so much stuff rattling around on social media about streams, about getting your website organised, about selling merch and stuff, and this is all quite daunting and difficult. What's your advice as you've clearly created this brand and this project? Yeah.
Well, I mean, the main thing, just make a shirt that you would wear if it didn't have the band logo on it. So something that looks cool anyway. Like the shirt you're wearing now, I really like the design. I think it looks great.
Thank you.
A bunch of goblins or something. But for example,
they're sheep's heads.
They are sheep's heads. Okay.
Yeah.
They look like goblins, which is cool.
Yes. Yeah. They're sort of goblinified sheep's heads. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you make it look cool anyway, And people, it is something you would buy, just to look cool if you saw it, didn't have a band logo on. Then you put the band logo on, then you put the lyrics on it. It's got a Zeppelin on the back. How can you lose with that? How can you lose?
Okay, yeah.
That's the thing. Like, make it look cool, whatever.
So the translating that is, don't just pick your album cover and shove it on a templated T-shirt. Take some time, get your imagery right. And as you say, if it looks cool and you're happy with it without the logo on, then you start patterning it out. Yeah, I mean, it's very cool.
We've gone for the round design, as you can see, and he's got his.
I think the round design is a fire thing all around. That's something I've kind of gravitated to.
Yeah, no, I think it works really well. It is the album cover. The reason the band pick album covers is they think that they look good, right?
Yeah.
Album cover on, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but make it look as cool as you can, of course. And if you can modify it and make it look a bit different, but rather than just a cut and paste, stick it on and get a proper designer to do it who knows what they're doing. Anything else you could add? What we could really do, there's some side flashes and things like that, and everything else. And
yeah, be careful, you might appear on the Daily Mail again with the side patches. It's fine. It's all free. They can't
run that story again. They've already done that.
So when it comes to performing live, because obviously there's all of this kind of war, aggression it built into the music. How do you kind of perpetuate that on a live scale?
It's very simple to keep the aggression up. The music just lends itself to that. It's impossible to do anything else. If you're playing aggressive riffs, you're going to look aggressive. Where's Lucas Squadron? That's how it goes. But if you think any of it's not rehearsed, all of our spontaneity is rehearsed, obviously. We've got a good idea what we're going to do before we get there. We've got a good idea of what the moves are going to be. We know where everyone's going to stand. We know how we're going to pose, all that stuff. And a lot of bands will go, well, that's not rock and roll or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just professionalism. Every part of the show is important.
Well, I would imagine with some of the wealth of your experience, you'd probably know ways to present and product things to catch people by surprise. Given the areas you've traversed and things you've said.
We do try. What we haven't got in as much at the moment as we used to. We used to do a lot of work with blood balloons and all that stuff. Yeah. And at some point we'll be bringing that out again. At the moment we're kind of honing, just getting the music right and making sure that all that part of the show's done. But it's all building. It's all building bit by bit. We're getting better and better. It's like every show feels like this. This is a completely new lineup. It's one important thing to understand. It's like the Tales of the Ost lineup. There's nobody still in the band from those days. Yeah. So these are guys who have come in for this album. So we're rebuilding the entire thing. But as time's going on, it's speeding up in terms of understanding, the right way to do Stuka.
No. Well, it's looking and sounding fantastic. So where are you next, just to kind of close off?
Okay, we've got absolutely no dates booked at present, so I can't tell you anything.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I know. But that's given us time to work on. We've got some things, people said some things in the pipeline. Just had a narrow miss with something related to Black Sabbath. I don't know if I can talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll blank that out. Yep. But okay. So there's something in the pipeline.
There's definitely things in the pipeline. So what we're doing at the moment is we're just using this time to work on bring some of the older songs back to the set, and work on bits and pieces that aren't in the set at the moment. So we're adding in new songs. So at the end of the day, we want to be able to pull out everything from both albums and possibly start pulling things in from the album that we don't talk about as well. So we'll see about that. Well, and a mystery cover as well.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I want to be one of the first to know when you're kind of playing about in London, performing again. I will go and get Great Granddad's trench coat out of the loft.
You know where that idea came from, by the way?
Go on.
Our producer is actually Paul Miles, who was in the Nephilim.
Okay. I love Fields of the Nephilim. They're just
I love Fields of the Nephilim too.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of that in there. Yeah. You'll observe that I play a Rickenbacker, and I've got a real iron prop. Now, certain Lemmy Kilminster used to walk around all the time in SS uniform. He used to collect all the iron crosses and all that. Might have had some influence.
Yes, no, indeed.
Another one was Zodiac Mindwarp, if you ever came across them.
I haven't, but added to my
Oh,
notes.
you're in for a treat.
Zodiac. Okay, hang on. Let me
Zodiac Mind Warp with the love reaction.
Zodiac Mind Warp and the love reaction. Yeah, we've just got just enough time. Fat fingers typing away. Oh, of course, yes.
Have a look at Prime Mover, for example, and look at how they look and everything else. I've always really enjoyed that. I think probably a lot of that influenced Rob Zombie, I'm guessing.
Yes, yeah, I see a lot of that, yeah.
And I interviewed Alice Cooper on the radio once. He told me he was a big fan.
Yeah.
No. He toured them. And he covered one of their songs, actually. Be My Frankenstein's a Zodiac Mind Warp song. And one other thing that influenced us is just before I went to Iraq, it strikes me, well, I didn't think about this for a long time, that I saw Marilyn Manson at the Reading Festival with Iron Maiden and Iggy and the Stooges. That's quite a good line-up around. He was going through his dictator phase at that point. That's just before I went to Iraq. So I don't know if that had some kind of hidden influence that
I think everything that we kind of see and kind of we take on little nuggets, and whilst we like to pride ourselves with our own unique, superfluous imagination, there is always, there's always like little kind of seeds and hallmarks and little kind of pinpoints kind of in the map of our journey, and these influence our creations, and for the better, because if everything was fresh and innovative. Put my teeth back in, there would be no congruence throughout the lineage of mankind. So in some ways, in many ways, you're reminding people about history in a fun and engaging, serious and brutal and entertaining, but also important way. That's I think that's everyone.
We're also putting our spin on it as well. We're not that accurate historically.
No.
I've been criticised before. People said there was no Volga Bridge at the Battle of Stalingrad. I was like, there were no vampires?
No, indeed.
What do you want? It's not 100% accurate.
But even though it's, as you say, it's an act and it's for stage and what have you, we are now kind of venturing into generations that, it's so not long before all of these topics will be kind of phased from history, kind of in teachings in school and what have you, because it would just be so old. To some extent. So it's something, it's even if people look at your kind of image and your presentation and they can see it's theatrical and then go, well, what actually was that about? With some of the footage that you use, which is increasingly becoming lost today as each day passes. I think that's something of merit, even if that wasn't your idea, your virtue, but it's
an interesting point.
It's an added bonus.
Interesting, that's a good thing. But the thing is, we also lean heavily into conspiracy theory as well. There's an awful lot of that in there, and that's good too, because people can read about it and go, the origin of that story is this thing. Is it true or not? Who knows?
Well,
the Nazi moon base isn't a thing. Don't look for it. It's not there. Especially you, Elon Musk, because you've actually got a spaceship.
Yes, yeah. even if it was there, would they tell us?
Depends if we can buy them on.
Oh, right. Well, Graham, it's been an absolute pleasure. Just do please let me know what's going on. I'd love to come and see this fantastic imagery for myself.
We work on a secrecy basis where we don't tell anyone what we're doing.
Yeah, well, okay.
It's a great way not to make any money.
I will find out when the gigs are. I've got my own vampiric network in play, so yeah.
We've been outwitted again.
I'm a member of the Vampire Senate, which is why I haven't aged in the last 50 years. So that's a complete fucking lie. What the hell am I talking about?
I was a bit intimidated.
Okay.
Let me just backtrack a whole lot.
We will talk again soon. We'll communicate. I'll send my people to your people, and news will spread when it's a good and proper time to release it out.
The right time to tell the mortals. We will unveil it.
In the meantime, go and add. This is to his you, is not you. Go and add up Stuka Squadron. Absolutely banging. Really enjoyable material. Whether you're seeing them live or like me, stuck in a room with headphones, listening to metal all day. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And it's been a great pleasure. sitting down and talking with you, and hopefully another discussion in future. And good luck in Somalia, Nigeria, and come back in one piece.
We're fine. I have done before, so it should be well.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hail and kill.
Hail and kill. Welcome back to Cupchairs. Today we're diving into the journey of a modern rock band that blends the old with the new, featuring a cosmopolitan lineup and a sound influenced by legends such as Led Zeppelin, AC/DC and the Rolling Stones. I chat with Michael from Keystone, who shares his story of starting up, creating music and overcoming the challenges of the modern music scene, from writing lyrics inspired by life's moments to the hustle of juggling gigs around the world. This is an episode packed with insight, passion and some good old rock and roll energy. Welcome to In the Chair With. Michael, Keystone, welcome to In the Chair With. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you very much for having us.
Good. It's this attempt 4 now, isn't it? We've had all the issues. I had a fire alarm once. You were blue graphically, which we couldn't resolve. We finally made it. So an absolute pleasure. For anyone that kind of isn't aware of your band, do you want to kind of just sort of talk us through what it is you do?
We're original rock bands, sort of modern twist on classic rock. Likened to a bit of Led Zeppelin, likened to a bit of AC/DC, Stones, The Who. Just original material. We've been going for about 2 years, 4-piece bands. I sing and write pretty much all the songs. Got a drummer from Greece. We've got a lead guitarist from Rio in Brazil. And we've just started with a new bass player now. He's from Sydney.
Wow.
Sydney. He's from Perth, actually. So we're quite cosmopolitan as a band.
Yeah. But how did that go? I mean, are they all living in London, or I'm assuming?
Yeah, they're all living in London. During lockdown or whatever it was, or around 20, I started with a couple of other fellas. I just put an advert out. I hadn't played music in about 10 years and I've been doing anything for about 10 years. I was in relationships, should we say.
Yeah.
And, busy working, busy trying to get everything in life together as people do. And then that all went awry. And then I put an advert up and I thought, well, let's see how it goes. So I had about I had loads of songs, but I never sung in a band before. I played in bands with other people and I wrote most of the songs, but I never sing. So I thought, like, the first couple of rehearsals I had with them, they'd go, "Oh, clear off. We don't want to have anything to do with this." But it seems to have progressed from that. And then we've got like more. I keep getting like professional, better musicians. Do you know what I mean? People are better musicians than me, anyway. Yeah.
So where did your musical journey kind of start before this 10-year hiatus?
I was always mucking around with the guitar. Always interested in like songs, how they're written, and just writing songs. But I was just always just mucking around with it. Then one of my old school friends said, "You want to join a band?" And we were in a band called Coast with 2 girl singers, girl drummer, girl singer. I wrote most of the songs. My other mate was on rhythm guitar. I was playing lead then. And we had a bass player from London. And then, as normal bands do, that went all awry. So I didn't do anything for about 4 or 5 years. And then I started working and I met someone at work, said he was a singer. So we set up a band called The Alibi, which was sort of going places for a little bit. We were doing the Metro Club. We were in the Metro paper saying we hope this band is going to last for a while. And I think I just had enough, and I went travelling again. So
okay. Oh, where did you go?
I either did an around the world trip, or I've lived in Australia, I lived in Holland, I've lived in America. So yeah, I've been around a little bit, been to a few places.
No, that's all good. So what is it that you write, as you said, pretty much for most of the bands, all of the songs, all of the lyrics, all that kind of stuff. So what about the kind of the writing side? What kind of topics do you cover? Where does that come from? Because it's one thing to be able to pick up a guitar, knock out some chords, and create rhythm and be creative that side. But then when you're responsible for words and the dynamics and the tone that you're going to set, it's another talent altogether. And that usually comes from a special place somewhere.
But it is different because if like you can muck around with chords quite a lot, and then you get in a little selection of chords, and then you get an idea in your head. And you'll start writing from them, but then like it's whatever words that you like from that. You say, well, what can I make a story about with that? And then do I have to change it in the chorus or change it in the verse? Or this social love, social love, and then some of it is just drinking nonsense. Do you know what I mean? When we go out at night, and the other thing is when you start, like you go out at night and someone starts saying phrases that you've never heard before. You go places like, oh, we don't say that, but they say that. We don't say this, we don't say that, and you sort of get a turn of phrase, and you think, oh, I quite like that, and then you can build things from that onwards.
Awesome. So you're very socially aware. You're always kind of looking for bits and pieces. Is that part of your craft?
Yeah, and the way people say things. Do you know what I mean? People say things. Well, sometimes you see. You read something and you like the way a few words have been put together or the way it's been explained, and you think, oh, that's a good idea.
What's your best kind of thing? Can you remember anything lyrical? Your best sort of example of where that's kind of fleshed out into practice?
But I like nonsensical things and all. So we've got a song called "Man Out of Me," and I like the line. Well, there's a couple of lines. I'm ready, born ready. I wasn't ready for you. So hot, my jaw dropped. She stripped the paint from my blues. One look, I was hooked like a clown on a noose.
Yeah. Okay. I see where you're going. With that.
But they're not all like that.
So, for my research, it looked like you had like 3 singles out with Keystone.
Yeah, because we done an album in 3 days. I think we've done 10 songs or 8 songs in 3 days in the Mill Hill studio, and they were going really well. They were going really well, except for the bass player didn't turn up the first day because he was too hungover, and he was he was a little bit worse for wear. And then after the 3rd day, after the recording finished, he asked to turn up, and I said, well, it's finished now. But the recording was going really well, but I don't know what the sound engineer did or whatever happened there. But when he compressed it, it was like we weren't playing with rock guitars. It was like we were playing with acoustic guitars, or something that you buy from Argos with no sound in it or anything. Even the drums sounded like it was like one of them little, the little funky things that you wind up. The little ones, sort of tiny. The drum sound, everything gone. So we sort of stopped. We tried to get that better and better and better, and it just wasn't happening because there was a couple of good songs on that. That's the Mill Buns Lane EP, but we couldn't improve on them. So then we waited for a while, and then we had a load more songs. So we didn't want to really go back on some of the old ones. So we done all the new ones. So we've got another song that's going to come out soon. Slow Down Honey, which I've just got to get cover. But we've sort of released probably about six to 7 songs soon. But then there's others not been recorded. As you know, you go every time you go to a studio, someone does something different. They want you to record clean. I think we're a lot better when we play live as a band. sound, it sounds better. And when you go in a recording studio and you hear it, to me, it sounds very calculated and cold sometimes.
Yeah, because you're kind of, you're just in a dry chamber, aren't you?
Yeah.
And the audio is exposed, and maybe that's testament to maybe an element of your character. Is it the fact that you kind of enjoy this process with the end result being the buzz and the interaction, and the noise and the crowds and the laughs and the jokes.
Well, you know when everything's going, but if you're sort of like, you know, if you try a lead and there's no distortion or there's no reverb on it, it doesn't sound the same.
Yeah,
you know, it's like if you played, you went and watched AC/DC at Wembley and they done all their hits with acoustic guitars. It's not going to be the same thing. You know what I mean? And that it sort of annoys me, because then afterwards you have to go over again with the guitar sound and you're going, well, we're playing it live in the studio. Why can't we just have the effects and then do a cold guitar afterwards? Do you know what I mean? You know exactly where you want to change. You know.
Yeah, but it sounds a bit of an odd experience, because you can have a DI in. This is my thinking. You can have a direct input, which will give into the sound desk, which will give the engineer the clarity and the rawness he so likes. But you could also have a return send going to your effects, but so all your monitors. It just seems, you know.
I know what you mean, but that's always seemed to have gone wrong, because someone wants to do. Because we went to the first one and it went wrong, and I was like, oh, I'm a bit wary about this now. Then I wanted to do it with another fella, but we couldn't get him. And the day we wanted to get him, our lead guitarist went on a lost weekend and come back 6 months later. So.
Oh wow. Hey, so there's sounds like there's some stories here. I mean, I suppose you've had a number of bands. You've been out. It sounds like you've been out and about in London quite a while. You must have some rock and roll stories for sure, no?
Got a few.
Got any you care to share?
Huh?
Any you care to share?
Nah, not at the moment.
Oh dear. Oh, okay, because it's always good to hear some crazy stuff that go on. I'm starting to develop them, just going out and photoing and videoing bands and meeting up with people that I've interviewed. But yeah, it's a wild life. It's a bit of a funny one being a musician.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was full time.
You're an electrician by trade as well, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a passion kind of lead into playing around with guitars and tech and stuff, or
no? You
got
to get a job and you got to earn a living, haven't you?
Yeah. No, that's the tough one. Well, music isn't always going to pay for it, is it?
Well, I don't know about you, but if I was a promoter, I'd be promoting places, not expecting bands to promote places all the time. And I find that I never knew that before, because when we used to play before, the promoters used to take care of the venues, and the venues were popular that you were playing. You wanted to play in the popular venues, and they were always busy. They were always busy on a Friday, Saturday, and Wednesday, and stuff. But that it seems to have changed now, where the promoter just wants you to do it and take the money, which I find a bit odd, because if you call yourself a promoter, you've got to promote. If you call yourself an electrician, you go around someone's house and say, sorry, I can't do that. I'm the plumber.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a lot of this in the music industry at a lot of levels, and it applies to record labels as well. You know, there's a lot of people kind of going about they're talking the talk but not walking the walk, and it's a shame, because, you know, decent, honest, kind of hardworking musicians kind of suffer and lose out, and as do audiences for good fun nights. But I've met promoters that have been absolutely fantastic, and I've met promoters that are basically just non-existent. They put their money into producing a flyer and they never got out the house to deliver them, you know.
Yeah. You can't do that. I heard you can't do that nowadays. You can't put flyers out, because if the council see the flyers and they're all over the place, they'll fine you.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. Obviously,
I never heard anything of the sorts. I'm like, Camden High Road was the one someone told me, no, you can't hand out flyers in Camden High Road. I was like, Camden High Road used to be full of flyers.
Yeah, well, probably it's the case today that you'd need a special license from the local authority. You'd need a waste disposal policy in case anyone dropped one.
Yeah.
You need insurance in case anyone slipped on a flyer, to protect the council from any legalities, and all for the cheap premium, affordable premium of £5,000 before you've even stepped foot on the place, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wonder why everything's closing down.
Yeah, no, indeed. I apologise for the interruption in proceedings, but here is a message from one of our sponsors, My Tees. Hey there, music lovers, are you guilty about where your band merch comes from? Well, we've got you covered, literally. Allow me to introduce you to My Tees, the home of sustainable, eco-friendly clothing that doesn't compromise on style or burn a hole in your wallet. Whether you're looking for organic cotton t-shirts or recycled band merch, My Tees is all about circular fashion, which means keeping products out of landfills and on your back where they belong. From ethically made t-shirts to one-of-a-kind prints, every purchase is kind to the planet. Supporting your favourite bands? Why not do it in style with eco-conscious choices that reflect your love for music and the environment? My Tees is 100% plastic-free, vegan-approved, and only works with fair trade certified partners. It's time to look good and feel good about what you're wearing. Check out mytees.uk today and upgrade your merch game sustainably. So kind of what's next? You said you've got 6 songs coming out. Like, how often do you gig? Like, how often are you out and about?
We've got a gig tonight. We're playing the Good Mixer tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we're doing that tonight. There was a gig in East London, but that got cancelled. So there's possibly a gig in Paris.
Oh wow! Okay.
We had a night at the Water Rats, and then a Paris band come over, and they said, if you let us play here, we'll get you a gig in Paris. So that's another thing in the line. But our drummer, he's got a sailing boat company or whatever in Greece. So he has to go away for 2 weeks. So sometimes you can't do gigs. So just work it around everyone else. That's what you do, really. But work it around everyone. So we try and do a couple of months, but sometimes we're doing 3 or 4 in a week. Do you know what I mean? Over 2 weeks. Yeah, we try and rehearse once a week. But it's fine. We played most of the venues. Trying to find better venues or places. I quite like the Good Mixer because it's free and there's always a good crowd in there, and there's always a good bunch of musicians in there and everything else. The Hope and Anchor is a really good venue. The Water Rats is another good venue.
Yes,
I was there Sunday. There was a couple of friends in a couple of punk bands. There was some really good punk bands there and all.
Yeah, I get a lot of material from some of those venues that you mentioned. One of them I didn't know, but when I replay this, I should go and have a look. There's always something good coming out of these venues. London has some great venues. I wish I kind of discovered them sooner. I'm more Medway based. We have a bit of stuff going on, but before then I was right out on the coast of the southeast coast. It's like dead. The music scene is just
over Essex side.
No, Thanet side. So yeah.
Thanet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My ex cousin was the what do you call it? The politician or whatever for Thanet. Craig.
Oh, Craig McKinley.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. No, I remember him going around town. I don't think he was very popular at the time. He did something. What did he do? I don't think there's anything salacious.
He was against. He was going for Thanet with Nigel Farage, wasn't he? And Farage was getting a lot of TV, a lot of publicity. I didn't think he was going to win, but he did. So but he's. I only seen recently, because I haven't spoken to my ex, but I only seen recently he got a really bad disease and he's lost from his knees down and his arms down.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
yeah, so I was really shocked when I seen that.
Mm.
It wasn't thrombosis; it was some other disease that you get, and if it starts spreading, it's like gangrene, isn't it?
Oh, right,
Something
Jesus.
like that. And yeah, so yeah,
Yeah, don't wish that stuff on anyone.
no,
You know?
no,
No, yeah.
pretty bad that. Yeah.
That's
I was taken aback. I was really taken aback when I seen that. Someone said to me about it, and I was seeing on YouTube, and it's like, oh, God. But that's politics anyway.
yeah, it's a completely different world. Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play around in that world. I think it would just suck the life out of you, you know.
Oh,
And probably you did leave it with not a lot of appreciation. You know, every politician goes in and they're appreciated in the beginning, and they come out ragged and hated, and whether they've done something or not, you know, it seems to be equal treatment. So I don't think it's a particularly satisfying, you know, career when you retire from it and look at it in retrospect. I don't know, I could be wrong, but not for me. And on the subject,
you've got to be a certain type of person for that stuff.
Yeah, I think you've got to be a certain type of animal. Yes, I don't think it's not me. I'd be told off all the time of the way my mouth runs. So,
yeah.
Excuse me. So we're talking about, you know, gangrenous limbs and all this kind of stuff. You know, you've been doing this for a few years, shall we say? One thing that I'm often kind of conscious about now, I'm kind of hit my 40s and I'm kind of running around London and behaving like a 20-year-old again in this role, is the kind of one is balancing time and age across, like yourself. You have your plumbing business, you're gigging three or four times every couple of weeks, you're rehearsing once a week. Where do you find the time to write? Does age influence your writing? Does age kind of scare you as a musician at all?
Someone's just going.
That's all right.
No, not really. No.
Oh, fair. You're just straight at life, absolutely fine. No, not a concern in the world.
What? I don't know. What's to worry about age? Time. You make your own time. You know. Working or see how much do you want a career at work? That's the other thing. Like a lot of people start off. You start in your 20s and things like that. You start working, and you want money, and then you get to a certain age and you go, how much who am I really working for? Me or the government?
Yeah, no, absolutely. One of the things that I've said recently is, you know, it's better to work a 24-hour week, like do music stuff, and be mentally well, as opposed to slave yourself for 8, 10, 12 hours. Even the normal days for employees are getting longer and longer, and be very unwell.
But you understand, if you're like, I've got my own business, so to start your own business is it's not a 24-hour week. It's like if there's work there when the sun shines, you've got to make hay. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can be working 6-7 days a week to build your business up, and it'll take you 2 years. And you could be some days you'll have no work, but then other days you'll be up at 6 o'clock and you won't get back to 11 o'clock because everyone's ringing you on that day. You've got to do that to start up your business. But as you get to a point in your business, then, you know, like everything, you can sort of hopefully pick and choose, but that doesn't always happen.
No. So it takes some guts to kind of go out into the self-employed, but I think it's a much more mental satisfying, even if there are kind of risks involved and tides and ebbs and flow. But I think it's a better lifestyle.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or you toe the line.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. You strike me as a character, perhaps it's not cut out for towing the line, you know?
No.
And,
office work and bosses weren't really my thing.
Do you in any way regret the 10-year hiatus from the music writing?
I just had enough with the last 2 bands. I was moving, I was building my business, I was trying to, you know, sort my life out instead of being traveling around and mucking around for the first 10 years. So yeah, at some stage you've got to toe your own line.
Yeah.
Okay, so was there like a funnel process that kind of came to you to the realization that you had to start towing your own line? You know, did it get a bit hairy? Did it get a bit wobbly?
It's called a mortgage, isn't it?
Oh.
that's the first thing. You
Yeah.
get up of renting places and paying people rent, and then it's, you know, well, I've got to get this, so you're going to have to toe the line a bit, aren't you?
Yeah, no, indeed.
Or else you put all that money into it and you lose it, then it's, what did I do that for?
Yeah, no. I bet, well, property, I mean, that's just another conversation entirely. Starting a mortgage now, I fear anyone, you know, for trying in a first time situation.
It's madness now.
It's madness now. Madness.
Anyone in London, but is the wage in London is still 30 grand or something like that?
Yeah.
Average wage in London. What can you get with 30 grand?
Yeah, that's the average wage, but for all the people that are kind of regular and normal and submit the census, there are people that thousands of people that are just on, you know, barely minimum wage, barely 40 hours a week, because companies are taking things to 0 hours contracts and all this kind of stuff. You know, I think the number is probably, you know, probably less than 30.
Well, that's an average.
Yeah, exactly.
Average is where the highest goes and the lowest goes.
Yeah. The problem is it only takes about 10 people out of a pool of 20 at supermassive money to skew the average for the real people that are suffering at the bottom.
I don't even think you can get a garage with it. You probably can't get a garage with that. Could you in some places in London?
Yeah, no. I was looking. I'm a renter, I'm afraid. I've never had the sense to kind of start on the property ladder, and I'm 41 now. I don't think it's going to happen. Who knows? You never know. Might become a millionaire next year. But
keep doing this. You never know.
Yeah. You never know. Certainly in the right space. At least I'm well. That's the main thing. But yeah.
You enjoy what you do.
It's never a day's work, is it?
Yeah. No.
But I was looking at. I thought, I fancy a flat up here. You see what the rental prices are, and I was like, fuck me. It's quite much more expensive. So I don't envy people trying to kind of work. So I'm in Medway.
Where's Medway?
So Rochester, Chatham.
All right. Okay.
All of that down that way. So it's like 40 minutes on the train.
Yeah.
It's close enough. This place is busy enough. It's, you know, it will do. It was not far back in the seaside where I was before. So that's dead for anyone trying to sort of push. So at least here you've kind of got a London busyness, but without all of the overcrowding and without all the cost. You know, it's nice. Right. So just kind of wrapping up, is a question I always kind of pose to people I interview is for musicians that are either kind of perhaps looking at giving up or are getting frustrated with like a lack of success, or they're not getting their stuff heard, and they're just kind of having a moment. From your experience going through everything that you've been through, what's your kind of nuggets of wisdom you pass on?
Get interviewed by Ben.
Was it any good?
If you enjoy it, you know, something might turn, something might happen. As long as you enjoy it and you keep going at it, that's it.
Yeah.
You know? Like you go, it's like everything in life. Sometimes it's like the first time you ever start a job, right? And you go, oh, this is really good. I'm getting money now. I've got my own little bit of independence. And then after a year, you go, I want more money. I don't like this. This is no good. I've got to go somewhere else. It's the same music. It's like the first time I couldn't realise when I got in the band and I was actually singing and everything else, and it was like the band was going well and we were getting festival gigs and we were getting asked to play places. We weren't even pursuing it. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that just sort of turns your head and you go, oh, this is really good. I really enjoy it. But then you also get into a point where it's repetition because people leave and you've got to get the set right and you're not doing new stuff, and it's sort of that repetition. It's like anything, repetition in life, you get bored of that every day.
Human nature.
But then after a while, it's like when you do live gigs and you can get a bit of a reaction from the crowd and this, that, and the other, and you go, I really like this. Can't give up. It's a great hobby. It's good for the soul, good for the mind.
It is cool. Wise words, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you. What's the next release? When's that coming, or don't you know yet?
So I'm trying to get Kate Moss lookalike to be on the cover.
Oh, sorry, I can't do it. I'm fully booked.
So yeah, I'll be trying to sort that out. Our last release, I think, was "Where's the Love."
It was indeed. It's got quite a groove to that. I like that.
So that picture, I actually took that picture because the lead guitarist is in Brazil, in Rio. We were in Rio. I was in Rio. We went over to South America I went over to South America last year for a little bit traveling. So I met him in Rio. So he's lived in Rio all his life, and his mum's never gone up Sugarloaf Mountain, and the other one, Christ the Redeemer Mountain. So we're on Sugarloaf, and the day that we picked, it's covered in cloud, this, that, and the other. So we're up there, and we're going, we might as well have a beer up here because you can't see anything from here. And he's going, oh, this is the highest I've ever had a beer in Brazil. So we're chatting along, and this American geezer comes, and he goes, if you wait till 1:15 or whatever, he goes, all them clouds are going to disappear, and you'll get a really good picture. And that's how that picture was taken.
Fair. Yeah, I'm looking at the album cover now. Cool, excellent. Well, I think that's kind of. We'll try and keep an eye on you if you kind of let us know where you're gigging. And,
tonight.
Oh yeah, well tonight. I'm not going to get this episode edited and up tonight. I don't know. I might. It'll probably be by the time the gig is finished. But you're frequently about. By all means, when you start releasing some singles and stuff, pop it in our inbox. We'll share it. Hopefully we'll go on and use some more followers, and I might even see you at a gig. Indeed, because on my trips in London. But it's been a pleasure to speak with you, Michael.
And you, Ben. Cheers.
Cheers. Take it easy. Have a good afternoon.
Take it easy. And you. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
If you can get up to Birmingham, if you can get to Brighton, the Brighton Guitar Show, absolutely amazing places to talk to people who have the knowledge. They were just so nice and were like, yeah, we'll support you, we'll do this, send you this. The Richter guitar straps, they do strings as well. They were like, take this pack of strings for free, try them out, do a video, or just talk about them on Instagram or whatever, and tell us what you think of them. And that alone makes a massive difference. Don't be scared. Us musicians, we're here to support each other.
Welcome to another episode of In the Chair with. Cupchairs had the privilege of speaking with Wes from Shackle. They're a band that are local to me. We talk about starting up, getting on the road, things that glow in the dark, and more importantly, how you can get sponsorship quite easier than you thought. Wes, Shackle, welcome to In the Chair with. You're a kind of local band. I'm native to Chatham, Rochester.
Oh, okay.
You're in the region, aren't you?
Yes, yeah. My girlfriend is. I'm sort of down, Thanet way.
Oh, okay.
But I spend a bit of time up there, so.
Ah, excellent. Well, I was actually Thanet before Medway, so Ramsgate was my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I was actually down there for the last 4 days helping a friend out. So, yes, okay. So you're Kentish. There we are.
Yes, yeah.
So talk to me about Shackle. It's got quite a very distinctive name and logo with the cuffs. Let's talk about the idea behind it.
Yeah, so I've been in many bands over the years, joined bands, but never started my own. And after being in a few covers bands, I was like, you know what, I want to start writing my music. And from there on, I just wrote a couple of songs. And then I was like, I think this could actually work. So I spoke to my friend Josh, who's the drummer now. I've been friends with him since we were teenagers. We started the first band ever, both of us together. So, which was really nice. When we were teenagers in a local youth centre, we started a little band called Arcadio, and we would just do covers for the local kids, and it was great. And then we lost contact. A few years later, I obviously got back in contact with him, especially because of lockdown. Really, we started playing video games together. So I was like, you know what, I've got music here. So I contacted him and said, look, do you want to try these out? I was like, yeah, I'll give them a go. So we met up in a music room, played a couple of the songs, and we're like, yeah, let's give it a go. So we got Dan along, who was someone that Josh worked with. And then after that, we found Stevie on a website called Join My Band.
Oh, yes.
Stevie's actually a guitarist, but he wanted to play bass. And he came in and I said to him, I don't want a bass player that's just going to follow the rhythm. I want something melodic coming from the bass. I want something different. And do you know what? He smashed it out of the park. He absolutely put a proper spin on bass playing in my eyes. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. It's perfect.
Bass players often get a bit of a hard rap for just kind of following the root note and all this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Like I'm a keyboardist, and then I kind of learnt guitar off the back of that to put something to all the keyboard orchestrations I was coming up with, and then of course that lends itself to full on self-recording production. So I've actually kind of got a bass, and that's kind of where I started, was just following it around. The kind of just the format of the keyboard, when you translate that to bass, it's a very different way of playing. I'm sure traditional bass players will tell me off my form is awful. I could be doing stuff here instead of going up and down.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful instrument once you get into its nuances. I'm finding bass work addictive. Normally it was a chore. It was like, okay, I've got to put some bass down now just to fill it out and get that low EQ.
Exactly.
Yeah. But now it's like, oh, I could be super creative here and do all of this. So it's really good when you get someone that's got an approach like that and it works. So was there any themology behind the name Shackle, or your approach, or your music? Tell us about that.
So basically, with me, whenever I've sort of been in bands, they've always come up with these really long names, or names that you can't, like a really big mouthful. And I thought, do you know what? Just have something simple. Okay. I was like, do you know what? The word shackle has got, it's got that. The beginning bit is a very sharp sh sort of sound, and then the k with the shackle part. I was like, that sounds that's impactful. Do you know what I mean? It's got strength in there. And there's so many bands out there that are called Shackle something, or the Shackles or something.
Yes,
no one's ever got to just Shackle. And I was like, that makes no sense. So stole the name. Well, I say stole the name.
You took ownership of the singular noun. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So Shackle was born that way. We first of all had a logo, and it was two hands holding a chain. And then I was like, oh yeah, this is really good. I bought stickers, blah blah blah. And then someone said to me, there's no shackles on there. It's just two hands holding chains. And I was like, that makes sense. So that's when we changed the logo to actually have shackles on there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, when you get caught up in the creative process, sometimes you could miss the obvious. You're rocking around with a logo that wasn't quite accurately portraying the word, but who really noticed? But it took one.
Yes, exactly. And then I was like, oh, of course, yeah. But it was so simple. I like simplicity. I like people to go, oh, what was if someone goes, oh, what was the name of the band? It's a bit like, maybe I've done something wrong, or but if you've got Shackle, people are like, oh, that's quite strong.
Yes.
It's quite a strong name. So I was like, do you know what? I'm sticking with it. And a year and a half later, it's still doing pretty well. So for what it is, for what we started out from, because we started last May, so May 2023. Yeah. That's when me and Josh were like, okay, let's put this together. Towards the end of May, we had Dan, Stevie just on board, and then a week later, it was okay. We know we're a full band now. Let's go. So sort of end of May, beginning of June. That's where it all kicked off.
And where you started, I just want to roll back slightly as I was thinking.
Yes,
no, it's absolutely fine. You said that you'd always kind of played in sort of covers and bits and pieces, but then you decided to actually have a go and start writing a couple of songs. What was the kind of impetus to do that? What were those opening songs that you created about?
So the first two songs that I wrote was Goddesses, which was our first demo that we released, which is, I'll show you the merch that we have for it at the moment.
Yes, yeah.
Seamless showing it off there. So Goddesses and another song called Sinner's Guide, but the Sinner's Guide just didn't have the right oomph. It was there was something missing, and I couldn't figure it out. So I started writing some more songs once me and Josh were like, yeah, this could be cool. And then one evening, one of the most favourite crowd songs, should we call it? Sounds big-headed, but a fan favourite, should we call it, is a song called Bar Fight. That's the one we start off with now, and it's just a very Nickelbacky type bouncy riff. Very hard rock, very in your face, but it gets people pumping, and it's a good song to start. And that one, I was just sitting in my room and I was playing this riff, and I was like, this sounds really cool. And then I could just imagine people flying around and just fists flying and chairs flying across the room, and that's how that song started. Then from there, it was just I was just writing song after song after song. Where I was like, okay, I need to stop now because we need to concentrate on these. Sorry.
Once you open those floodgates, it almost like writing can take over your life. It's like you've been stuck in a room for days with a pen. But I also wanted to ask on what you said there was I wondered, is this how song ideas come to you? Because you mentioned playing a riff and then you had a visualization and then that lent itself to the lyrics and the kind of like the theme. Is that how it works for you?
Yes. So, because I'm a vocalist as well, I find it very difficult to play. If you look at like Metallica, for example, James Hetfield, he plays some insane stuff over some very, very complicated riffs that don't match the vocals. So my brain will go, okay, I need to play this part, but my other side of my brain won't be able to go, okay, you can sing this at the same time. It then it's all up in a matter. So I try and simplify everything. So I get a main riff and go, yeah, this sounds really cool. This is the hook. This is what people are going to be bopping their head to. And then when the lyrics come in, it's just very simple chords. If you look at like Lady Flamenco, it's just chug, 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 or just an open chord, then an open chord again. But it's an E minor, but then I do the E minor shape, but just 2 frets up and then leave the E still ringing. So it's almost like a strange F
like
type.
An open E type, yes, yeah. Like an OPEF chord or something like this.
Yes. Something dissonant but sounds amazing.
This is the trick. I mean, I wouldn't class myself as a vocalist. My background was instrumental, but that's a niche within a niche, especially in the kind of sort of brutal kind of death metal / kind of gothic Cradle of Filth-esque major, and then kind of you got Rick Wakeman-esque solos. That's the kind of bag that I'm about. So nice. I then started to sort of teach into the vocals. I still would not consider myself a vocalist, even though my people kind of tell me I've progressed quite well, but in getting that difference in rhythm pattern, so it doesn't always match the kind of the bar chords and stuff. A technique that I used was exactly that, having kind of more open and dissonant stuff, so that you're kind of tuned to like a harmony, even if it's a bit of a dystonic harmony. And then it's just like adding a third here or there or whatever. Simple hammer on, hammer offs, and that kind of starts to increase the fluidity of you being able to do these two very different things at the same time. I mean, it's probably I'm somewhere down here on the vocal experience chain, giving advice to someone that's probably up here, but that's the way I've approached it, and that may well be helpful. So in terms of imagery, let's talk about the single Lady Flamenco, because it seems a bit of a peculiar from the outside, having when you haven't listened yet, kind of imagery and choice of name. What's the story behind that?
So funny thing is, I'll show you now. So I got a tattoo today.
Oh, congratulations! Yes,
thank you very much. I'm going to try and see if I can get it in the. I can't twist my arm like that, unfortunately.
That's fine.
That'll be better.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, indeed, very nice.
So basically, I lived in Spain for 8 years.
Oh, muy bueno. Yeah.
Muy bien, muy bien. I moved out there when I was young, sort of 7, 8. So I had all my school years through there. I've listened to lots of Spanish music. Flamenco is, as you know, is absolutely huge out there,
Yes,
and that's the birthplace of flamenco. So I've always messed around, because when someone says to me, "Oh, there's an acoustic guitar there, play something," so what I do is I instantly go for an E chord.
You go straight for the E, and you lift it up one fret with your open
Exactly.
strings. Yeah.
That's exactly it. And one day I was like, "Oh, I've got this." It was acoustic. So it was just dun, 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 dun. I got that in my head, and I was like, that would sound amazing. And then I came up with the riff, the da 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 on the acoustic, and I was like, I'll add a harmony. And then in my head it was Metallica's, I think it's Battery. You know, Battery. Battery. It's got the sort of Spanish guitar with the harmonies, and they keep just adding layers of harmonies.
Yeah.
I was like, that would sound amazing. And then I got that together, and I was like, I'm going to play those exact same chords as minors instead of majors on electric guitar, going dana da dana da dana dana da dana da dana, and I was like, that sounds amazing. And then I got that main riff that I played on the acoustic and did it on electric, and it just went from there. Oh yeah, and it just kept on getting better and better and better, and adding all these bits, and then adding the chorus, the da 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 da, adding those bits into the chorus. It was just huge. And I remember the first time as a band we played it all together, and we got through it all the way through, and I was just like, this is I can't explain it other than, I know it sounds again very big-headed, but I hate my own music, by the way, but this just blew my mind.
I think that's actually quite a common thing from a composer standpoint. I go through huge periods of absolute loathing anything I've ever done, and then perhaps if something gets really historic, I can kind of look at it a bit kinder. But at the same time, I'm so wrapped up in what I'm doing now and how kind of good it is until the moment it's released, and then I fucking hate it. I'm like, that should have been done like that. I could have spent more time on that. I think that's something that's quite natural, but I also think that it comes from a place that propels you to carry on creating, because if you were satisfied with your final product each and every time, there'd be nothing. There'd be no impetus to create something new. Perhaps, I don't know if you can.
I completely agree. It's because you can get fixated on something and go, this is absolutely amazing, but that's what happens if you fixate on just one thing. You'll end up with just like a one-hit wonder type thing, and then everything else you do, you go, oh, it doesn't compare to that. It doesn't compare to that. So you just lack. I think you just lack that. What's the word I'm looking for? The inspiration. Because you're like, this is great, but with me at the moment, I will admit I do have writer's block, so I'm a bit, but we've got enough songs to throw out there and people are still enjoying them, which is good. So we get in there with it, and then having other songs that I'm currently writing in the background, we don't have to rush them.
No, of course.
Is a good thing.
And you're very busy doing kind of lots of gigs and stuff. You've done a whole bunch around Medway that I became aware of. I did intend to come down to the 17th, but life and
life happens,
indeed. But I'm seeing you on the 24th at Poco Loco. I've got no excuse for not turning up that one, because it's literally my road, hill, down a road there. It's literally it's a straight line. I'll even be able to walk home after I've consumed alcohol there, so it's just a straight line. I lost where I was with the phrase. Yes, you've been very busy kind of going out and playing. I'm assuming everything's kind of been well received, but the kind of journey from coming out of kind of sort of local band into kind of writing your own stuff, forming this band, getting it laid down and right and honed the performance, and of course holding down the day jobs, because obviously this is not profitable work we're doing here.
Yes.
On the on the side. And it's many small bands that kind of get sort of forgotten or kind of just kind of lost in the kind of miasma of other bands similar. What would be your kind of words of wisdom, I suppose, to others that are either just starting out or perhaps kind of either coming back into doing it, but kind of staring at what can sometimes feel like the futility of it all?
Obviously, the cliche thing that everyone says is, "Oh, don't give up, keep on moving forward." That is true, but also, don't be scared. Us musicians, we're here to support each other. So if you've got any doubts, go to shows, go to gigs, talk to these people that you see up on stage, these local bands, because they have experience. So talk to them, show them that you're interested in your craft. You want to better yourself. Go out there, talk to people. Another thing as well that a lot of bands don't seem to do nowadays, and I find it quite strange, but if you're a local band, look at the guitar shows around the country. There's one in Birmingham which is huge, and just that one show alone, I've learned so much, networked, met so many people. If you can get up to Birmingham, if you can get to Brighton, the Brighton Guitar Show, absolutely amazing places to talk to people who have the knowledge. I also go over to Germany as well. That might be a bit of a stretch, but I go over to Germany once a year to the Guitar Summit, and from there I've gained 2 endorsements, one from Engel and one from Richter Straps. And that's just going there and talking to these people. I'm not a big person. I've got a YouTube channel and stuff as well that I do gear review on. It's not huge, but you go and talk to these people, and that's what they want. They want you to be interested in their product. Don't expect things to come to you. You go to them.
Interesting. That's because I do hear in my capacity of interviewing and all. I do hear a lot of things you say. Just keep hammering away at it. Don't give up, and that's all very important. But each time I hear that, it's often, as you've done, you've underlined it with some personal experience. And even someone of my age and my, I suppose, confidence and my networking abilities wouldn't have thought the idea to sort of go to a guitar tech and go, so I do a bit of this, I do a bit of that, and the average guy can get endorsed. This is something that even in my experience, in my brain, is something that I've put on a pedestal, but is probably just as equally as achievable to me or the next man.
Yeah. Definitely. As I say, I'm not a big YouTuber. I've got, I think, maybe 1,900 subscribers on YouTube. But I went out there with the front, with the, hey, look, this is what I do. I love music. I love the amps. I tried them out there in front of them, talked to them about them, was interested in the product. And they were just so nice and were like, yeah, we'll support you. We'll do this, send you this. The Richter guitar straps, they do strings as well. They were like, take this pack of strings for free, try them out, do a video, or just talk about them on Instagram or whatever, and tell us what you think of them. And that alone makes a massive difference.
Well, yeah, because I'm thinking about it, even when you're owning a very successful company, like Richter, you're probably passing out so many kind of samples and all this kind of stuff, and absolutely no one is going to take the effort to actually film a video and everything like that. So they're probably they're better financed and better established in the market, probably through hard work, and no doubt about that. Of course, but they are still actually just very much like us, kind of talking into the void a lot of the time. It's we forget how similar we are and how we like to kind of separate ourselves into hierarchies and layers that only really exist in our own minds. So kudos to you for working that one out and sharing that with us. And as I say, every interview I learn something new, which goes to prove the point. Talking is beneficial. Exactly. If people stop talking, no one learns anything. No, indeed. So there's a bunch of songs too that you've got that's polished. Are you going to be drip feeding them single by single? Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to move that way, just because recording nowadays is so expensive. Yeah. Just to give you an idea, this was on the more of the lower end price wise, but still. Excuse me, Jason from Century Audio, who is in Margate, amazing sound engineer, drummer, absolutely insane at what he does. He was the one that recorded it and mastered and mixed it for us, and that's I've lost my train of thought. Where did that go? Yeah, so we went there with him. He's done an amazing job with it, and
My mind's gone blank. Why does it
we,
do that?
we were, it's okay. We were at sort of price points. That was your entry.
Price point. That's the one. Yes, yeah. It's getting. It's a bit pricey out there, but I think we managed to get that one song over 2 days, over a weekend, for £400. Just to give a slight idea of how much recording is. So I think we're going to probably just sort of drip them here and there, sort of singles. We were thinking of doing a release by the end of the year, hopefully an EP, but at the moment we're looking at sort of 1,200 quid. That's about 300 quid each. And the living crisis that we're in, unfortunately, is not it's not
conducive.
No.
But it never is, and it never has been. Money has always been the eternal bane of the musician. I think a single by single strategy is kind of better for your kind of social media awareness, and it allows for albums are very much now vanity kind of projects. So if you can drip feed your album or your EP by singles, that's going to keep some of the motion and momentum going. And of course live shows as well, and because even though you've worked out what I think is quite a good, a bloody good deal there with Jason in Margate, but this highlights the absolute importance of people buying merch. So yes,
incredible.
So will there be a merch stand where I'm coming to? Because I will try and pick something up indeed to show some solidarity. It's always good to kind of meet bands as they are kind of formed on their way up, as well as deal with kind of the more established, the more seasoned, signed, unsigned, made it, and then on their downfall. Yeah, it's nice to have a bit of the mix, but I think wherever anyone is on this journey, there's always bits and pieces to learn. So you've been very kind of helpful, and it's been a fantastic talking with you. But I did want to have I wanted to kind of pick up your brains about your your writer's block. What is it? What is the first kind of hurdle that you're coming up with? What's your process leaning into it, and where does the gate get shut?
Yeah, so when it comes to our songwriting, we whatever I write is pretty much what comes out, and we try it out and see how it goes. We've got Lady Flamenco, for example. We have another song called Livy, which is more rock and roll, upbeat. It's 3 chords. So we have and then we've got Bar Fight, which is more Nickelbacky, more sort of grungy. We have all these different things because I didn't want to just stick to, like, say Lady Flamenco, for example, and then write a song similar to it that sounded similar. I wanted stuff that anyone can listen to and go, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Everyone has something that they can enjoy. And I think the writer's block that I'm having at the moment is I've got a lot going on in my life at the moment with work, and as everyone does nowadays.
Yes.
And I think life sometimes gets in the way of that. So with extra stresses, sometimes you're trying to record something, you're trying to get something out there, but your mind just won't relax. So I think that's where I am at the moment. But I've got such a good backing from the rest of the band, from family members, from my girlfriend. Everyone is so supportive of what is happening that I don't have to stress about it so much.
No.
And having a good sort of a solid foundation from support is a massive thing. And we've got another couple of songs that are in the back burner at the moment, but we've got so many gigs that are coming up. We don't have to worry about writing other songs because people are wanting to listen to what we've already got. So I think more towards the end of the year, we'll be looking at chucking maybe another couple of songs into the rehearsal studio, just crack them out, see how we get on with them. But we've got this gig coming up this weekend. We have another one in October in Maidstone at the Skull Bar. That's on the 12th of October. And it just gives us a place where we don't have to stress about getting new songs out there. We have enough to be able to play with, basically.
Yeah, no. What I took from that, it was interesting, is one that you you're not continually writing the same kind of stuff, which is good because it's whatever comes from within is very rarely the same. So it's good to be authentic. If you end up writing this and it's this style, and end up writing that and it's that style, then that is, at least you're being honest to yourself. That's really a good good thing to be kind of doing approach to take it. But life, and bringing some Buddhism in here, life is always going to be full of pains and not enough time for as one composer or writer to another. The one thing that I was really reticent to do, because I lived in this, like, I'm having a creative moment and it's 4 a.m. in the morning and that's how I am. Therefore I won't bookmark and schedule time, or at least try and knock something down once every 2 weeks at a certain day or time. Life can get in the way. But if you kind of could get into a habit of being a little bit more scheduling with it, 3 out of 4 those 4 times might work out. And it also there's a lot of talk about, well, you're creative when you're creative and you can't kind of discipline creativity. You can. It took me until my sort of 40s to kind of realize that part of the creative is equally exists on that side of the coin as well. So maybe just a couple of things to kind of stick in the back of your mind, because we obviously want you open and creative as possible.
Exactly. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And writer's block is an absolute shit. I hate it.
It is. People want to hear authentic. They don't want to hear rushed. They don't want to hear stuff that is just thrown out there just because. And I think if you genuinely take the time to sit down, I like what you said there, where people go, oh yeah, I want this time to do this, or oh, I've got creativity times right now. And if you're sitting there and you're a guitarist, for example, anyone that's a guitarist out there, this is what I do, is that I'll just be there practicing, and then every once in a while I'll just go, what about this type of riff, adding it into my exercise. That always helps as well. There's a song that we've got called El Pistolero, which is the gunman in Spanish. And it's a very rockabilly, bouncy type riff. You'll hear it on Saturday. It's the second song that we play, and it's very bouncy, but it's actually part of an exercise. In a drop D or drop D sharp drop C sharp that we play it in is a very how do I say this, sort of an exercise that I do, and I was like, okay, what? Oh, because I accidentally missed a note. And so just by practicing alone, even if it's 10 minutes a day, you need the practice. 10 minutes a day is vital, but sometimes just by accidentally having something like that, you go, oh, get your phone, press it, I'll change it around, and that's all you need. All you need is a phone that can record, or something that can record, and just keep playing. And if something happens, press that record button and play it. That is some advice that I can give as well.
Yeah, I echo that advice. I always have something nearby that can capture it. I've taken sometimes to sort of record video sessions because I'm very bad at writing things down. I lost the ability to sight read music, and I keep promising I'm going to relearn that side of things. But still not as disciplined as I should be. But definitely a quick video of the phone. And of course you need the practice in, because there's nothing worse than, as is what's happened with me, is I've taken a big break from doing anything because of work, because of that project, because of this and that, and then you come up with something but you can't play it because you're just so like everything's atrophied. That is the worst. You're like hammering away at this guitar and like, I know I want this, I know I can do it. And
I know exactly what you mean.
You wake up in the morning like Nosferatu, you know.
So playing it over and over and over and over again. Definitely no.
Dear. Okay, cool. So I'm going to see you at Poco Loco in Chatham on the 24th, and I'm going to pick myself up a T-shirt and have a good fun time with it. To the viewers watching this, check out Shackle. Go and save their Spotify, and I'll leave all kind of links. You said you run a YouTube channel that's dedicated on equipment. Leave that link, send that link to me. I'll get that posted below, and let's see if we can't sort of grow a bit of a community together. Thank you very much for coming on.
No, thank you so much for taking your time to interview us. And again, to the viewers, I hope anything that I've said today is helpful at all to you in your music career or anything like that at all. As long as one person's got something out of it, that's good for me.
That's it. That's all that counts. Excellent. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you very much, Ben. Take care.
You too.
People want to escape reality, not be part of it. Don't complain. People don't care about your problems. People are so concerned with how to make money, they're forgetting all of the bits beforehand. I'm glad that everyone can make music. The problem is most people shouldn't be making music, putting their hard-earned money into something that, is basically seen as water at this point, coming out of the tap. It has no value to most people.
Welcome to another edition of In the Chair with. Cupchairs had the great privilege of talking with Vincent Frank, aka Frank Music. This is a gentleman that has been from the top to the bottom, from the left to the right, or all corners of the music industry, and his insight is hugely valuable. This is In the Chair with. How are you?
Nice to meet you. Thank you for having me on your show.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, what have you been up to recently?
Recently I'm on a kind of a mastering kick at the moment. I'm just trying to improve my mastering skills. So I'm doing projects mainly around mixing and mastering. I normally do production a lot of the time, but you kind of need a break from creating music sometimes, and just managing music it just involves a little less creative thinking and a bit more technical thinking, which is just a little bit more fun sometimes.
When you say you're working on your mastering, what is it is there anything in particular you're trying to overcome or get around?
Yeah. Matching sort of, top level people, so you'd bring in a master from like a Miley Cyrus master, or, just like people who are literally getting paid the most, doing the most work, bringing in a track like that into a session, doing a comparable record. Obviously it needs to be a similar track in terms of genre, and just A-Bing, as it's called, just seeing if you're getting it as loud, as dynamic and punchy and things like that.
Wow, yeah, it's I mean, I'm just kind of starting out. I can barely mix down my own stuff. And mastering is as a complete different science. You start out with the illusion that it's just a kind of another final process, throw on a few things, but it soon catches you out. You go and take it to somewhere else, and you go, oh, that doesn't sound as good as it was. So I bow to you. So where did this all start for you? Did you start from a technical side of things, or did you start from a musician performing side of things?
I mean, like a lot of people, was playing the piano at 6 and, just doing all that kind of thing. I didn't really take music. I started in the world of buying a computer and learning how to produce in sort of 1999, 2000. And so I was kind of starting pretty early. There was no internet to speak of back then in terms of, music tutorials and things like that. So it was the fun story of literally going to record stores in Soho and just face-to-face meeting people who were selling, house vinyl and stuff like that, and learning from them. Just you couldn't find any of this information unless you went and spoke to a person, or you bought Sound on Sound magazine. Which, I was a teenager, so I didn't have money to buy, subscriptions to magazines, and the equipment itself was, unspeakably expensive. So
it still is.
yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Some things don't change. Change. So to anyone who doesn't know you and your music, let's go over your sort of history and sound.
Yeah. So I started off as a beatboxer. It was my first foray into the music industry. Beatboxing got me in the door with sort of the urban London scene.
Mhm.
I realized beatboxing was fun, but it was more of a sideshow. It wasn't really, I didn't really see how I could develop this into a music career or anything like that. And so, beatboxing was fun. I was at the same time, I was always producing electronic music in parallel. So I decided to go gung ho with the music production thing full on about 2006, 7. And I got a record deal 2009 to Universal Records in the UK. Put out an album. It did fine. It didn't do well enough to maintain the record contract, as so often happens. I then I worked with Universal, specifically Interscope in the US. After that record deal in the UK, did a year with them, also parted ways. And I've been independent ever since. I've produced music for, I've produced an album for a band called Erasure. I was one of the people who worked with Ellie Goulding. I've done stuff, I've remixed Lady Gaga and stuff like that. I mean, but really nowadays, I've mainly focused on my own work and any independent artist that excites me and interests me.
Okay.
My speed these days.
Define interesting and exciting.
Something that tries its best without trying at all to sort of ignore genre. I find in this world, I thought the internet was going to make things disappear in terms of genres. It seems due to Spotify playlists and the architecture of how people consume music now, it seems to be more constricted than ever, actually. Which is slightly depressing. So it's always nice to hear music that is pop per se. What I mean by that is a concise song in the middle, but surrounded by genre bending production.
Yes, because the only way I feel as a musician, not that I'm one of any great standing, but the one thing that has got me still attached to my keyboards, guitars, and production work is by just doing my own thing and being authentic. And I think that's a motto for human existence, because we're only born as one of us, so we might as well be ourselves. And of course, there's always that long life story of trying to be something that you're not until you eventually become yourself. And when you're trying to celebrate that and push that and lend towards people investing in their own talents and delivering it authentically, that's the word. It's upsetting that path algorithmically is shockingly just not happening. It's destructive. Yet we are in this era of hyper connection, hyper possibility. You can record something and release it tomorrow, but to no audience, and these things started out promising great audiences, and it becomes even more so. It's soul destroying. I don't know if you share any particular views on any of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, how long you got? But there's obviously the consumer side of it, and then there's the creator side of it, and then there's the business that sort of glues/destroys the relationship in between. I mean, as you say, there's an immediacy. The problem is all humans try to find the path of least resistance, all of us. I mean, ADAT sounded better than compact disc, but we went with compact disc because people were sick and tired of using tape, even though it didn't sound as good. So people do like to do the easiest thing. There's people out there who will still seek interesting stuff, but the problem is they're few and far between. And the world, when I was buying music in a store, and I'm sure you were too, that you, to some degree, were being presented, work. A limited spectrum of work that was created by a limited spectrum of artists. Now, getting into the music industry in general back at 25 years ago was prohibitively expensive, and you needed actual relationships within the industry. As you say now, you don't need any of those things. But the problem is we're now presented with a plethora of unfiltered, unedited releases. So there's more shit than ever as well. That's the problem. I mean, I'm glad that we've democratized the process. The problem is there's no one. You're not being presented a honed. I mean, yes, you're getting playlists, but it's still half of it's whatever. You know, it's not going to be groundbreaking stuff. You know, when you were buying a record from Warp Records, the record label, you knew you were buying something interesting because it was being curated by interesting people that had a very specific vested interest in this specific thing. And I know that you're a fan of sort of, it seems like metal and, you know, guitar-based music. So the same thing there. The record labels that focus in on this specific thing, you know, there's a reason why you have Dragonfly. I think, is it Dragonfly? What's the name of that band? It's like it's super fast. Like I think it's Dragonfly.
I think yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
And then you have like Cradle of Filth and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right.
I love that. Yeah.
So how many? You could have 50,000 Cradle of Filths now, but they would never be Cradle of Filth because they haven't been put through that A&R filtering process. There's still parts of the music industry that do matter. The problem is people are so concerned with how to make money, they're forgetting all of the bits beforehand. I'm glad that everyone can make music, but the problem is most people shouldn't be making music. And most people, and to some degree, myself included, you just have to constantly be trying to be the best version of yourself. And most people are happy with being average.
Yes, yeah. There's a lot of truth there, and it's a difficult topic, I think, because the path has become easier for people to basically self-produce and self-release. There's not a lot of feedback which they're willing to accept because the process has been made easier from their perspective. Yeah,
but it's also I mean, I don't want to boil the arts down to economics too much, but obviously everyone needs to eat. The other thing that's slightly irritating about the democratization of the music production process, it's a little bit like how everyone can get a college degree now. I mean, when I was a kid, the only people that could get college degrees were rich people, smart people, or really rich smart people. And everyone else, you either got you got like a college certificate, you went and got yourself an apprenticeship or something like that. Now, I'm not trying to promote elitism, but to think that every human is the same is insane. People have better skills at certain things, and some people are born naturally with given abilities that other people just don't have. Like, I'm not 7 foot tall. I can never be a basketball player. And some people are. The thing is, when you're in a situation where everyone can do a thing easily, its value goes down. If everyone can afford if everyone has a Ferrari is no longer a Ferrari. The thing that makes a Ferrari is the fact that no one can afford it. So if we can all do this thing, you can do it, I can do it, my next door neighbor with a couple of YouTube lessons can do it too. The value, its perceived value is diminished. And so how do we increase the perceived value of this thing again in people's minds? And when literally music is as readily available as air, the air that you breathe, it suddenly becomes very difficult to convince people that putting their hard-earned money into something that is basically seen as water at this point coming out of the tap, it has no value to most people.
No. Yes, yeah. Touching on the certification and the kind of the college aspect of it, this is, I think, maybe a cultural. This might sound a bit bad for this style of podcast, but there is a bit of a culture in the West that's grown. It's just about participation certification, where you get an award just for kind of turning up.
Oh yeah.
And I think this is the crumbling down of the kind of long-standing hierarchical type educational systems that were kind of built for a purpose, and now they don't actually value any individualism. And I think it's part of a wider It's a wider societal structural change, and it's probably not. It's obviously just not limited to music. It's probably happening in every industry. But I think the this hyper talented the people that, you know, as you say, have something intrinsically about them, I think it comes round to them in the end. I mean, let's take your good self, for example. You know, you've been through the mill as an artist, as a composer, and then into production and mastering, and then working with labels, but as an artist, and then working for them, and then working for larger scale people. So was it a case of you just kind of aiming at things, different things, until you sort of sharpened the aim and it came to fruition?
So, I mean, there's obviously this very common thing that irritates me a lot when I watch interviews of people doing what we're doing right now, and there is this obvious blind spot when it comes to survivorship bias. You know, survivorship bias is a huge. Are you familiar with the term?
For those that aren't watching, please.
So I think it's World War II. They were trying to stop their, I think it was the British or the Americans were trying to figure out how to stop their planes from being shot out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had the planes come in and they would look at the fuselage and see that there was where all the bullets were riddled throughout the fuselage, and see, well, we need to put more protection here, more armor here, and stuff like that. And then some clever chap in the army said, this is the complete wrong way of doing things. We need to be looking at the planes that have crashed, that didn't make it back. Us looking at the planes that managed to come back to our hangars are kind of irrelevant. We need to be looking at the ones that did get shot down. And that's, to some degree, survivorship bias, is how the plane that lands is ignoring a lot of negative things that most people have to deal with, which is the plane crashing in the field. You landed, most people don't. And so we actually have to look over here. And so getting back to your question, I have to acknowledge that a lot of what's happened in my life has come down to luck. And I think that's a reason why I'd never set up a YouTube channel to educate people, is because what most people don't want to tell you is good luck. That's really that's the video of all videos. Is you need to be good, but as we all know, a lot of people at the top are not the most talented people. Okay, and we need to stop pretending that talent and hard work is the thing that gets you to two places. You need to know people. You need to be building relationships, exploiting relationships in a natural way,
yes,
not in a coercive way.
Yeah.
And you need to be. I've seen people at the top work their asses off and it got them nowhere. I've seen people who've had hits on the radio, touring their asses off, and they still get dropped 6 months later. When you see people in the zenith and still not be able to grab that dream, you know, the rare, like the Britney Spears, the Justin Timberlake, the huge, the Adele, you know, the epic level. The amount of things that have to align that nobody has control of is quite scary and terrifying. And I think that most people don't want to admit that it is quite a dark art being successful in this world of creativity. One thing I will say, pretty much a guarantor to some level of solid success for at least 6 months in the UK at the very least, is getting playlisted on Radio 1. If you can get playlisted on Radio 1, that is going to be an astronomical boon for anyone's music career. I don't even know why the BBC doesn't have their own record label, because basically all record labels answer to Radio 1 playlisting anyway.
Yeah, I've often wondered that, you know, like it would be a natural selection development, because it seems like, especially in, as you say, the more kind of urban styles, the grime, the raps, all that kind of stuff. As soon as they're shown on One Extra, then boom, that's it. Their career goes stratospheric. And I looked at that, and okay, it's not my field of expertise. It's not my field of taste as so much. But I've often looked at it and gone, well, why don't they just do so subsidiary of that? Which is, maybe they do, maybe they didn't, but it makes sense. It would make sense.
Yeah. I think the thing is that there is a slight conflict of interest. If they did do that, there might be some kind of rules about not being able to just promote your own thing through a tax-funded organization. But yeah, I mean, really, every single record label I've ever interacted with, all they're in the UK specifically, I mean, all they're looking for is that playlisting, or getting a spot on Jules Holland, or some kind of BBC chewing. So it's like, well, really, if you can just go to the BBC if you can, ignore the label, because you basically, that was my issue, my career hemorrhage, because Radio 1 didn't pick up any of my songs, and so the label said to me, like, well, Radio 1 aren't playing you, therefore there's nothing we can do, because they were so reliant on that vehicle of exposure. And so if that is still as relevant today as it was 20 years ago, then yeah, just try and get yourself on Radio 1. That's a very predictable way of getting some kind of interest. I know that's a very easy thing to say, but from what I've gathered, there's now options where you can actually send your music to regional BBC radio, and they'll play it or they won't on some of the more sort of local radio stations. I've seen a couple of friends do that, which is kind of interesting. So I think another thing is consistency. I think a lot of people, you're not going to make any money streaming music. This is the other thing that people need to realize. If you get signed to a record label, you're going to be given anything from the region of £25,000 to £250,000. And then as soon as you've been given that money, that's the end of your money. If they manage to get you streaming, billions of plays on a song, your money stopped the moment that you signed that contract. They get to make everything else after £250,000. So it's kind of a gamble. Even if you do get a record deal, do you think you could make more? It's a bet. They're betting that they can make more than the money they're giving you. And so even if you get the record deal, do you not think that you could make that 25 grand yourself in the song's lifetime? If not, then sign the deal. The issue is most people don't have longevity, and things are moving so fast now in terms of genre, taste, interest, playlisting. You could be here today, gone tomorrow, so much quicker than before a pre-internet world. Things are so fast now. And the other thing about computer-generated music, unlike guitar-based music, is you can make anything you want. I mean, you can do that obviously with guitar-based music too, but I mean, in terms of wildly different sound. So where are you going to go? And I have good years, I have bad years. Most people don't want to talk about the bad stuff. They only want to hear the good stuff because it's sexy, and they're imagining themselves self-projecting into the person speaking to them about the success that they're hearing. There's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of stress. Even with the little mini thing that I have going on, it's a fight every year to keep going. Don't think for 1 second someone like me, with the things that I've done, sits back and is like, this is easy. No, it's a fucking nightmare sometimes. I think more people need to be honest that this isn't there's a reason why the lead singer of Linkin Park took himself out. It does grind you down, even not the industry, just yourself. If you're someone who's hard on yourself, this industry will kill you, because it plays on all of your fears, all of your insecurities, because you're putting everything out there. And I'm a huge victim of this biggest, worst critic myself. And I think it's really a case of, can you survive mentally and emotionally doing this for decades with the potential of fuck all happening?
I understand where you're at with that. I have, and I talk quite openly, that I have done in previous kind of channels and stuff that I either run, managed, been on. I have borderline personality disorder, which is a hugely self-deprecating disorder, and I went through a period of kind of coming off substances, which involved a short term of imprisonment. And I came out with a view to actually invest in my talents and try and encourage any one person to continue to invest in these musical talents of theirs or otherwise as a way of surpassing the vicissitudes of life. And this led to, like, reaction videos and kind of owning little businesses that help support musicians and whatever. And even then, the pressure is on. Even doing it at a low level, it costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, and it only amplifies the further you go up. And with a self-deprecating mind, I often have to have words with myself to get myself out of the rut. So when it comes to the experiences that you've been through, because when people look at, like I have, self-admittedly looked at your Spotify bio, you're instantly drawn to all of the positive stuff. I've worked with this person, that person, done this and done that. But on the other side of that coin, there's a shiny side and there's a dark side. And it's very rare to actually sit and have a chat like this and to have this level of honesty. So I totally appreciate that, and I kind of identify with it, and I hope that some viewers will actually catch on as well and realize that, yeah, it is tough, it is bad, particularly if you're of a certain frame of mind. But of course, it's still possible, because despite all this, there you are. You're clearly mid-project.
Yeah, I'm mastering something right now. I mean, the thing is, I was sitting in a chauffeur-driven car driving through Brixton, going back to my nan's house in Croydon. I always lived at my nan's house. Even when I had all the money in the world, I still lived at my nan's house, because that kept things grounded and real. And it was nice to just keep her company, and instead of me moving to central London and just losing my fucking mind. But yeah, I'll never forget this. I was sitting in the car, driving back down London Road, and I saw my billboard in Brixton, and I looked at it and I was just like, this is going to end one day. I wonder what I'm going to be doing when this is over, when that post is not up there. And it's going to be weird when I know this is all going to end, like getting even the song sort of playlisted on radio too, having all this interest, doing this, that, and the other. It's like, this is all going to end one day, and that day's probably sooner rather than later. So what are you going to do about it? And there has to be, and I was at my most out of control, drinking the most filled with anxiety when I was at my theoretical peak in my early 20s. And I tell you what, there is some kind of a miracle about getting everything you ask for very early on in life. It can be a curse and it can be a blessing, depending on how you interpret it. And I've come to realize at 38, it is an absolute blessing that I got to do what I dreamed of at 22 and 23, sorry, and realize there's a whole lot of life that's more important than this. Because a lot of people will spend their entire life trying to get the record deal, and that will motivate them throughout their life, and that's fantastic. But when you actually do get it and you see it for what it is, and sometimes it's a wonderful experience. Mine wasn't particularly bad. I'm not complaining at all. I'm very thankful for what happened. But in terms of, in the grand scheme of things, I'm glad I got it out the way, because now I've got 3 boys. And my mind isn't just constantly like, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do that, because I've done it. And sometimes peaking early in life is a good thing, because then I'm not spending my entire life fretting about this imaginary version of the record deal and the doing music festivals, this, that, and the and the glory. I'm not distracted by that anymore, because I've done it, and it's like, cool, I get it. But having kids is awesome too, and and bearing in mind, like, one thing that I will say, if you want to see brutal honesty, the one thing that keeps me mentally sane is hobbies.
Yeah.
And so if I just do this,
Go, yeah.
And I can show you.
Is this something like Warhammer or something?
This is exactly correct. This is Warhammer, and
See,
this is something I spent months working on.
This
and so,
is fantastic.
I have this behind me, very professional. But then I need to have fucking fun. I need to have fun too. And everyone needs to fucking, take their head out their assholes and have some fun now and then. And I try to split my time now 50-50. Like, I will do this and I will, make a client happy, but then I will go back and I will do some painting and stuff like that. You have to balance. If you just give everything you've got to this one thing, sometimes it can fry your fucking brain.
Yeah. I see. I'm listening to this, and I'm actually taking on board the advice. Because I've been developing kind of my own personal kind of musician life and all the surrounding things, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to kind of diversify it across different things. But I don't have a Warhammer table. Not that I probably would. I don't have the technical patience to do all of that fine-tuning painting. But do you remember Epic 40K, which is like a tiny miniature version of the game? That was years ago.
Just stay there for 1 second. I know that you're on a time limit.
Yeah, go. Gives me a while to admire the setup there.
I'm back, don't worry.
That's all right, it's all good.
I cannot believe that you would mention Epic 40, considering that's
nobody knows about it.
I fucking
do. Box is upside down, but yep, I can see.
I have an entire YouTube channel dedicated to Epic 40,000.
Fucking hell! Wow.
Yeah, I'll send you a link afterwards.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Yeah. This table, you can actually play Epic 40,000 on it. But yeah, right here, this is one of the. I'm sure you remember this in one of the battle books, but this is the Epic 40,000.
Oh yeah, check that out. Wow, I remember all of that.
Dominatrix. Yeah, I have a YouTube channel solely dedicated to Epic 40,000.
I'll include that in the link of the description here. So just very quickly, let's try to end up where we've kind of ended on something positive. But for those just thinking of signing a dotted line, whether it's with Universal Music or just some small independent, what do you say what do you say to them to keep them sane and keep them through it?
Understand that you are committing to a not just a financial commitment, but a human commitment. You are having to play the game with people at all times. You're to some degree, apart from very rare circumstances, for example, Adele, most of the time you're going to have to do as you're told, rather than you're the artist and they're doing what you want them to do. It's generally going to be the do as you're told way around, and that's if you can't handle that, don't sign a record deal, or sign a record deal and completely understand that you are just trying to get some money. Obviously, also bear in mind, this is the most important thing for any musician to understand. Forget streaming, all that stuff. The most important thing is you need to have all of your publishing backend sorted out. That means you need to sign up with PRS, Publishing Royalty Society in the UK, if you're a UK artist. And then the thing that nobody knows about is neighboring rights. Neighboring rights is the part of publishing which collects all publishing outside of the main territories of the UK and the US. So that's South Africa, France, blah, blah, blah. There's money always left on the table when people don't sign up for neighboring rights. You'll have to do your own research into companies that deal with neighboring rights specifically. But that is money that nobody talks about earning. Yes, there's the streaming. Yes, there's the mechanical royalties that you get from just doing your TuneCore or your DistroKid or whatever. From the streams, but there's also the publishing side of it, which very few people either understand or know about, and that's half, if not more, of your money sitting on the table than the streaming money. So that is vitally important. Get a music lawyer that is not entrenched with the music industry per se. Almost, I would recommend getting a lawyer who understands entertainment but isn't entrenched, because at the end of the day, you're replaceable to a music lawyer. you're a constant. They have a constant churn of musicians coming in and out. Their relationship is with the record label. More often than not, music lawyers have a vested interest in keeping the relationship with the record label and publishing deal labels, rather than you as the artist. So getting a second opinion is always wise when it comes to signing any dotted lines. Make sure that your options are completely and utterly executed on. So what I mean by that is, if you have a 5-option deal, 5-album deal, do make sure that they, if you have met their criteria to have the second option met, you have to fight to make sure that they can't drop you. If they've said that they've signed you for 5 albums and you've met the criteria for the first one, you fight like hell to make sure that even if they're going to drop you, that you get paid. Because a lot of the time they can tell you all the things you want to hear, but because they know that your music lawyer, literally the moment you get dropped, your music lawyer won't call you anymore, because they're not going to fight the record label on anything. Ask me how I know. So, so yeah, but I think it's important to, at the end of the day, everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own journey. Build human relationships, get out there, shake your dick, hustle. You have, I don't mean like grind set sigma hustle. I mean, you have to have a good product. You have to be a good product. Create organic interest. Surround yourself with people who are doing a similar thing and percolate that interest. You know, cross-pollinate fan bases. I do say that fan bases are non-transferable. So even if I was to work with a huge artist tomorrow, that fan base isn't suddenly going to become my fan base. You still have to have your own thing going on.
Yeah.
And see, we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
That's okay. Cool.
The consistency is important, but not so consistent that you burn yourself out. You have to have limits. I recommend, for a brand new artist, I still recommend the concept of EPs, a 4 to 6 track release. And you can do 2 lead singles, release 1 song every 2 weeks. So just do like a 1 song release, 2 weeks, release another one, and then after that 2 weeks, release the entire EP. People need to have an understanding of what you are on a grand scale, not just on a single by single basis. So I still think the EP is a good amount of music. It's not a full commitment of an album. I think doing consistent EP releases is a healthier balance of getting music out there without, because the one problem is if you release an entire album, there's no guarantee that anyone's going to listen to more than 3 fucking tracks.
And it's a lot more of an investment in a larger product, which saps away creativity time. Yeah. But this is...
You're putting all of your eggs in one basket promotionally. I love the concept of an album, but unless your fan base deems you as an album artist, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's a bit of a vanity thing, isn't it? You know,
don't be surprised if you if you're going to massively tie yourself to a genre, you're going to die by that genre too. More often than not, it's a very rare case that if you tie yourself to a genre and that genre goes the way of the dinosaurs, then you will generally go with the dinosaurs too. So be careful if you're going to just sink yourself fully into a genre like synthwave, dubstep, or something like that. If it's a thriving scene, not so much of a problem. But if you're going to do that, you got to think, am I going to be still wanting to do this 10 years from now? And is this going to be relevant 10 years from now? So that's another thing to consider. Look good, be something attractive and interesting that you would find interest in yourself. Don't complain. People don't care about your problems. Make sure that everything is on point and everything is about the music. People want to escape reality, not be part of your shit reality. And make sure that everything is polished, highly, just has a high level of clear interest. And if you're constantly comparing yourself to other people, you will be miserable for the rest of your life. Do not compare yourself to everyone, but to take notes of what other people are doing and then move on. And do you, and hopefully something will come from that.
Wow. That is probably the most intricate advice, but most brutally honest advice, delivered just so well that I think even it's to some element I needed to hear it. But I think that's going to be so valuable. I think there might be a percentage of people that might think this is a bit of a pessimistic kind of, but it's realistic.
And you know, I commend everything that you've said there, and I think it's quite hard hitting. And you're absolutely fine with me sharing this across all of the social media.
Oh yeah,
It's not,
there's
I don't want to be
nothing
bad for business for you, you know.
No, not at all, not at all.
No, that's great. Wow, this has been a completely different line of questioning than I anticipated, but I value it very much. And as you quite rightly alluded to, the timer is not working in our favour, but it does mean that I get an opportunity doing it in this bite-sized fashion to catch up with you again and maybe come back with some bits and pieces that the community might have kind of said in response to your nuggets of wisdom. And it's from someone who's been there, done it, got the t-shirt, has been on both sides of the fence, and it still exists today.
Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you listening to me.
I appreciate the conversation. I could easily continue, but I'll let you get on with your mastering project.
Thank you so much.
I was in a difficult situation at the time, and you know, that difficult situation ended up working to my advantage, because I was genuinely really pissed off, tried to let go of it all and come back to who Germ is as a character, because this is my performance alter ego. And Germ really doesn't give a fuck about anything. It's a vicious place to be. I wouldn't want to live there all the time, but you know, I can step into it and step out of it.
Welcome to another edition of In the Chair With. Cupchairs had the great privilege of talking with Jamie, aka Germ, from The Bleeding, a UK thrash death extreme act. This is In the Chair With. How have you been? What have you been up to?
Well, first of all, let me say it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the interview. It's always nice to get to talk about what we've been up to, and I've watched some of your interviews, and you seem like a very articulate chap. So
I try. Thank you for so much for coming on, and also, you know, thank you so much for the music. I'd heard kind of bits as I sort of go about listening to music in general, but I took the opportunity this morning to go right through Monocrator, and it was such a blissful experience. First thing in the early hours of the morning when everyone else is asleep, this brutal music going on. It was so good. Listen to it twice back to back. So thank you for that.
You're so welcome.
It marks a bit of significant sort of evolution. It was that difficult third album. What are the key influences and inspirations behind it?
Difficult third album. All the albums are difficult.
Okay.
Some more difficult than others. So, life events, I would say. As much as when I was younger and maybe a little more naive and impressionable, I believed that the artists who made the albums that I loved could simply continue to produce albums of similar style and substance. And when I became more, I suppose, experienced, I realized that an album is a time and a place and a set of circumstances, and it's an imprint into, you know, the world and the people who you're around at that time, what you're listening to, whether you want to be listening to it or not, all of the influences that are around you. So, you know, when people ask this question, I feel a lot of band members immediately jump to naming the artist that inspired them, or, oh yeah, I was listening to this and this. To me, it's more a series of life events and circumstances, and you know, not surreptitious, what's the right word here? Serendipitous circumstances for Monocrator. I was in a difficult situation at the time, and you know, that difficult situation ended up working to my advantage, because I was genuinely really pissed off when I wrote the album lyrics. So life events.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a common theme for a lot of musicians. It's release. It's key to our mental survival, and as musicians, whether we like it or not, we're compelled to chew up everything that's gone on around us and read medium of, you know, expression through music and composition.
Right.
I mean, that probably explains exactly on tracks like the opener to the album, Chemical Lobotomy. They're particularly aggressive. Now that the life events are past, how do you prepare for such an intense performance and delivery that matches that moment when recording?
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Well, I think I have the same goal that a lot of artists have, which is to try to let go of as much of what's the trivialities, I suppose, and the whatever's floating around in my head. Just before I go on stage, I try to let go of it all and come back to who Germ is as a character, because this is my performance